Hello, and welcome to the Kongversation. I'm Hyle Russell.
And I'm Dustin Jackson.
And I hope you are all enjoying Stinky Ape Summer here at DK Vine. And
P.U.
Yeah, let me promise you, though, this ape is going to get stinkier as the summer rolls on. Starting with this episode, we have a brand new type of conversation episode. It is Gibb cribs. That's right, Gibb cribs. And
wow.
Believe me, I focus tested that name. I ran it through the panels, and that was the best I could do. I tried to get clever with it. I tried to maybe combine Gibb cribs into one word and put a Z on there, and this was the best I could do. Gibb cribs, where we
you're really selling it.
I know. I know how to self promote. Yeah, this is an episode type where we will. Well, we have Destination DKU, where we look at areas, worlds of the Donkey Kong universe. And this kind of goes a little bit smaller. That is the tourist-centric take on the DKU. This is the DKU perspective of the locals, where you live. And we're going to be looking in the future at some of the homes and prominent locales in the DKU. And I think the best place to start would obviously be Donkey Kong's Treehouse. So that is where we are beginning. Well, excuse me, Treehouses, plural, because there's more than one, and that's very important. All of the fan wikis try to pass it off as there's only one Donkey Kong Treehouse, and I think any hardcore aficionado of the DKU will know that Donkey Kong has at least 3. That's right, 3 tree houses.
Oh, I have that tattooed on the back of my hand.
Yeah?
So I can let everyone know.
Oh, I thought so you could remember, just in case you ever forgot. If you ever got hit on the head with a coconut and you woke up and you couldn't
am I?
You couldn't remember anything. The most important, vital piece of information you would have would be that, of course, Donkey Kong has 3 tree houses, and you can just take the rest of your life from there.
This is what I need to set me on my path to righteousness.
So, yeah, we're going to have some fun with this one. If you're wondering, Hyle from off of DK Vine, how the hell can you do an entire podcast about Donkey Kong's treehouse or tree houses? Isn't that kind of a simple topic? Like, he lives in a treehouse. The end. Well, clearly you are a new listener because this is actually a very interesting topic. This is, it's overflowing with interesting bits. And
it's getting in my shoes.
I know. I would actually recommend everybody take off your shoes and socks.
Yeah, it's gonna be a wet one.
Just bare those sexy toes, and we'll have some talk about tree houses here. No, I think if you are wondering, if you're questioning how the hell we can do an entire podcast episode about Donkey Kong's Treehouse, you are going to be amazed at how interesting this topic is. I was excited when I decided we were going to do this week because I sat down to start compiling all of my show notes, all of the information, and I kept knocking myself out. I was like, oh yeah, that's interesting. This is all stuff I basically knew, Dustin. I had rattling around in the recesses of my brain, but to actually put it down on electronic paper and to know we were going to converse about it, I was like, wow, this is a hefty topic. This isn't a Treehouse episode. This is a palatial mansion episode of the Kongversation.
Yeah, I totally agree. I was thinking the exact same thing. It's something you kind of take for granted when playing through these games, but once you kind of stop to smell the roses a little bit, it's great. I love just being able to let all these little details of DK's many treehouses just sink into my lobes.
Yeah, in the live stream chat right now, Ray Day Pinball says, "What's this episode gonna be about?" Missed the email. Oh, just make yourself at home, Ray Day. Why don't you curl up on the bed or the hammock or the tire swing? Why don't you do that? You'll see what it's all about.
Yeah, get those toes up in the air.
So really quick, I did want to thank all of DK Vine's lovely, lovely patrons, because you patrons help make this possible. The dream of Donkey Kong journalism may be a far-fetched one, and I realize that's a Pokemon, and I might sound confused to you right now. But thanks to you, our lovely, lovely patrons with the sexy toes, you make it happen. You make this dream possible. You allow me, and by extension the rest of the DK Vine staff, to do this week in, week out, and we can hopefully provide you the bountiful Donkey Kong topics and rare and platonic topics that you may not be getting from Nintendo or Rare or Platonic at the moment. Their social media can be quiet at times, and, we don't know what they're working on, or, it's hard sometimes to be a fan of something that's not one of the big, current mainstream franchises. And, I hope DK Vine can help fill that little hole in your heart. Just slide on in there. I hope we can, get you through the fallow times of these intergame periods. And when we do get those games, I hope you continue the journey with us as we celebrate together. But yeah, it is much appreciated. I just wanted to send that out there. Send those good vibes out there. You patrons keep the dream of Donkey Kong universe fandom alive. So thank you. That is patreon.com/DKVine. Check it out if you'd like to join the ranks.
Thank you so much, everybody. You help Hyle afford my iconic ginger snaps he gives me every episode. The ginger snaps I've never seen without.
Yeah, Dustin, he had one request before he would appear on the Kongversation with me. He said, "I require ginger snaps."
Yeah, I just sent him that in an email with no context or other words. You know how Donkey Kong has his bananas? Well, I have my iconic ginger snaps, so.
Yeah, and it's really irritating sometimes. I have to edit out him snapping into the cookies. All the time.
Well, it's part the crunches, and part of it is the orgasmic moans I make.
Yeah, and I meant to ask you, Dustin, why do you suck on them? Before you bite down, you do the every time.
That's where the best flavor is.
That's where the ginger really snaps.
There's ginger and then there snaps, I say every time.
And really quick, before we proceed, I do have to apologize, apparently. So, the last episode of the Kongversation with David Thomas Lynch, where we discussed Mario Strikers Battle League, got some pushback.
Ooh.
Yeah, I didn't realize that there was a kerfluffle about the lack of Princess Daisy in Mario Strikers Battle League. Apparently, it's a huge point of controversy. It's apparently all the interwebs are talking about. And we did the episode. I thought it was pretty perfunctory and pretty balanced from a Donkey Kong fan perspective. So I put it up. I went about my week. And I start getting messages. How the hell do you not mention that they didn't put Daisy in this game? What the hell? DK Vine. Shocking. Disgusting, even. I wasn't aware that this was a considerable boiling point for people to just lose their cool with me. But I have to reiterate that we are a Donkey Kong universe-centric podcast. We're not approaching these episodes from the perspective of the Mario fan in the trenches of Mario fandom. We are pretty tunnel visioned, or at least I am, and I control, the topics pretty much on this podcast. So I was like, oh, Daisy's not in it, but I wasn't thinking, oh, Daisy's not in it. That's weird. Oh, I need to spend 20 minutes discussing that, because I think it's weird whenever many characters aren't in. I think it's weird when Birdo's not in something these days. I think it's weird when they don't put in so many of these characters in the base game. But of course, what I'm going to focus on is that Diddy isn't in it. That's going to be my go-to. And so I'm sorry if some of you got a little teed off with old Hyle here on the Kongversation, but I don't feel like I have to apologize for this, because you should know who I am by now, right? Like, if you are a regular listener of this show, you should know that I devote 90% of my brain power, not just in fandom, not just in gaming, but in my life, to the DKU. And I don't have time to really think about anything else. Even other Mario characters in these Mario sports games. I really don't. I'm sorry. So, to keep DK Vine humming, to keep this podcast coming out on a regular basis, I have to keep my brain power tuned to this very specific dial. So, yeah, you're going to see those discussions on your gaming Reddits and your forums and what have you. Other YouTube channels, other podcasts, Twitch streams. You're going to see people complain about this, but you're not going to get that from DK Vine. You're just going to see us talk about Diddy and Critters. And you're going to like it. I mean, come on. Where else are you going to have people just go on and on and on about the lack of Diddy and Critters? Only here. Only
Seriously.
at DK Vine. I think that is a feature, not a bug.
Well, Hyle, my opinion on all this is I'm glad you used the word perfunctory at the beginning of this.
It's a fun word, isn't it?
Yeah, I've never heard you say that or anyone else in my entire life say that word.
I like to eventually get every word on record, so when I perish, and if coming back as a ghost doesn't work out for me, I want there to be an AI program that can just keep pumping out conversations using my recorded messages throughout the ages. That is my gift to the future children of the world.
Yeah, so you're saying you want them to Carrie Fisher you for the conversation once you're long gone.
I think that would be great. I don't have any problem with that.
I think so too, and my favorite part is that you meant it. You meant it when you said perfunctory. You didn't just throw it out there. You meant it from the bottom of your heart.
I try to mean what I say. More or less. Except, I don't have a foot thing, really. When I said the thing about the sexy toes, the feet are like the least attractive part of the body to me.
That's true. I don't care one way or another. If you got feet, that's cool. I'm not gonna judge you.
Well, no, okay. I don't have an issue if you have. I'm not saying my thing is no feet. I'm just saying I don't focus on the feet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Otherwise, DK Vine might not even exist.
I feel like that's Platonic's turf, and I as a Donkey Kong journalist with basically a fan site, I can't actually infringe upon their gimmick. So I can't go out there and say, I want to suck on toes. I just
Give me them feetsies.
Yeah. I can suck on any other part of the body.
Get those elbows in here.
Yeah, elbows can be sexy. Oh, all right. So, anyway.
Good start.
I think it's a great start. I'm happy with this. And I hope our patrons are happy with it as well.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So, Dustin,
Hello.
On this very first episode of the Kongversation's Gibb Cribs. And yes, we did workshop some other names like DKTV Cribs with a Z, like MTV Cribs. But I didn't want MTV's legal team coming after me, just like I don't want Playtonic's feet lawyers coming after me. I was like, eventually I want DK Vine to have a show on MTV. I just do. And I feel like if I infringe upon their copyright, it'll never happen.
You don't want to burn that bridge right away.
So that's why we didn't do the stylized late 90s, early aughts, replace an S with a Z kind of thing. But these Gibb Cribs episodes, I think it's an interesting topic, especially for people like us who love the lore of a shared universe. And not just the lore, but love living in these fictional worlds, whether they be gaming or TV, cartoons. The two of us, we devote a lot of time to imagining how these fictional universes tick. And
right.
I think Donkey Kong's Treehouse, whatever version of it is, matters a great deal more than people might let on to themselves. Because if you're a Donkey Kong fan, Donkey Kong's Treehouses are the equivalent to a place like Peach's Castle in the Mario series, or maybe Hyrule Castle, or the Deku Tree, or something in Zelda. I don't know. I don't know. But it's a reoccurring touchstone in the series, and because there are at least 3 of them, it kind of helps define the era of DK. When you see that treehouse, you kind of instantly know the time and place where that takes place. And it's where the dude lives, Dustin. It's where Donkey Kong hangs up his tie at the end of the day. And because
I had heard that, yeah.
Yeah, it's because that's where Donkey Kong lives. It's where my mind lives as a result. It's where probably I spend most of my imagination time. I spend it in Donkey Kong's treehouse.
And you don't even have to pay rent.
No, I don't. He just lets me crash there. He doesn't really have a say in the matter, squatters' rights, but it's nice. It's nice. He's got a little mini fridge, and I get to keep my ciders and my seltzer waters in there. It's nice.
He says, help yourself, I guess.
Seeing where a title character lives in a video game is something I personally absolutely love about a game. Because starting at an adventure, starting a huge, 30-plus hour adventure at the house of a character really helps build the sense that the day-to-day normalcy of this individual's life is about to be upended for a grand adventure. It kind of takes you back to childhood when you would go play outside in the summer and your mind would take you away. You would start at your house and your imagination would just carry you across the horizon. And that's the way it is when you start at the house of a video game character. In the DKU, we have that, of course, with Banjo-Kazooie. Banjo's house is another regular, reoccurring location in the DKU. Conker's Pocket Tales started in Conker's house. And Ukulele starts at the Batship Crazy. And those are just to name a few. But outside of the DKU, I can think off the top of my head, Pokemon. Of course, the original Pokemon, you start at the protagonist, or I guess Red's house, right? Where his mom lives, and they're watching Stand By Me on TV. And you can play the Super Nintendo, and your mom will make you sleep, and your Pokemon will get healed. Ocarina of Time starts in Link's shithole, and
that's what it's called.
Super
Officially.
Mario RPG. I guess a lot of the Mario RPGs, but I'm thinking Super Mario RPG, the original. You had Mario's Pipe House. Although I don't think it started there. You had to trek. You could trek back there, but. I hated Mario's Pipe House. I didn't really like it. I was like,
How come?
I don't know. I was like, this is where Mario lives. This kind of sucks.
I do like it a lot more in Paper Mario. He just kind of has a shack he lives in with Luigi.
Yeah, I do like the more blue collar domiciles of Mario than the implication that he has his own castle from the Mario Land series, because that always feels like, yeah, maybe Mario would be gifted a castle by the royal family of the Mushroom Kingdom to thank him for all of the services he's provided, and probably because, he's sleeping with the princess, and so he probably, has some sort of, entitlement there. He gets some sort of like unofficial prince designation. But I don't know. For me, like, Mario is the essential everyman. He is a blue collar average Joe, and it doesn't really sit right with me that he would live in a palace, right? Unless he's sleeping over at the princesses.
The castle feels more like Wario's deal than Mario. Mario feels like a more humble guy.
Yeah, exactly. I think Mario works when he's a humble, regular guy than just the whatever the hell he became over the years. Woohoo! Lasagna!
What a personality.
I mean, I'm probably the only person who... Say what you will about Chris Pratt, but I'm not really stressing out that Charles Martinet is not voicing Mario in the Mario movie, because I'm like, no, that wouldn't work. That would not work for a movie. I totally get why they went with somebody like Pratt.
Yeah, I agree. Someone like Charles Martinet works... He works for the games, but I don't need a whole movie where he's talking a lot.
No, talking in a constant high-pitched falsetto, false Italian pizza chef stereotype voice. Anyway, yeah, this is a common thing in games, but I love it. I always love to see it, because I feel like if a character is living well, I can then transport myself into that character's life and live vicariously through that. I don't like games that are like post-apocalyptic or anything, because for me, a game represents escapism. Escapism from our own dreary, depressing world. And I don't need to be transported to an even drearier, even more depressing world. I want to go someplace nice. It's a vacation of the mind. And for me, it all starts with how you're living, right? Comforts of home. And Donkey Kong is my favorite video game protagonist residence. I think he has the sweetest deal out of any of these video game characters. I mean, Banjo's house is quaint, it's cute, but I like Donkey Kong's treehouse. And we will discuss which of the treehouses we like the best at the end of this episode. Because I'm sure we have our preferences. Everyone has their preference. Which of Donkey Kong's treehouses is their favorite? But
oh, definitely.
That's why I think the treehouse matters. That's why it's actually vitally important to me, because I'm always imagining what Donkey Kong's life is like when I'm playing these games. And I like to know he can go back and live a life of comfort when he's not having these ridiculous adventures and, getting horrifically injured, falling several hundred feet, or getting smooshed by a boulder, or just getting bitten by a crocodile. I like to know he has a place to recuperate that feels like home.
Yeah, I think one way I would describe it, in comparison to Banjo's house, and I do enjoy both, but Banjo's house is more cute and DK's house is more cool. Like, DK's treehouse always feels like a place you can go to just hang out.
Yeah, I think Banjo's house, it's a cottage, right? And cottages are big right now, Dustin. I don't know how much you're into this scene, but there's a whole, like, aspiring lifestyle for cottage life right now. I think
I can believe it.
Yeah.
I'd like to live in a little cottage.
Well, I think it's like millennials and Gen Z. They don't have the aspirations of boomers or Gen X even, where like our generations have pretty much been left no money, no hope. We're not looking to be billionaires or millionaires, barely thousandaires. You know, we're just looking for a nice, quiet, comfortable life, almost like a hobbit, right? We aspire to be Bilbo Baggins, and I think because our expectations have shifted from our parents and or older siblings, we think what would be nice, and it is just like a simple life in a cottage, away from the hustle, away from the bustle. And yeah, so Banjo's house speaks to me probably more now, but Donkey Kong's Treehouse is honestly the ideal fantasy home of any child or teenager who plays these games. Because, like, yeah, I would want to live there. That's pretty sweet. That's pretty swanky. And I realize swanky lives elsewhere, but like that is where I could see myself living as a youth, and as somebody who is still very much youthy at heart. And I do look like I'm 15 years younger than I actually am, because, you know, I keep it tight, baby. Wink. I still see myself living in Donkey Kong's Treehouse more than I do Banjo's house.
Yeah. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just because it's made of wood instead of stone. It feels more accessible.
Yeah, especially if you're doing a Dave Coulier puppet bit.
Is the treehouse made of wood? And then he yeah,
it's like he's actually
it turns out I'm not Dave Coulier. I'm sorry to break that bubble.
Just an amazing simulation.
That's what they call me.
Even outside of Donkey Kong fandom, though, I would argue Donkey Kong's Treehouse is one of the most important locations in any Nintendo game, simply because Nintendo of America named its product development division after it when they were testing out Donkey Kong Country in 1994. Because the secret code name of Donkey Kong Country was Treehouse. And that is why they named it the Treehouse, and that is why it still is named that to this day. Even having the Treehouse, the original rendition of the Treehouse from Donkey Kong Country, in the logo. It's a little bit different. It's got a ladder going up, and it's actually in a tree versus what the original Treehouse is in the game, but it's still basically the shape of the treehouse, the original treehouse.
Right, you see it and you know what you're looking at.
Yeah, and whenever, you know, they do those treehouse live things after E3. Remember E3?
Ah, man, that takes me back.
Yeah, oh, them's were the days. But it was always nice, even when we weren't getting any Donkey Kong news out of Nintendo's E3, we would still see the treehouse in there when they were doing the treehouse presentations after the directs and whatnot. And I was like, oh, there's Donkey Kong's treehouse. Maybe next year.
It's like DK is right here with us.
So, I mentioned the original treehouse, and I think that's where we need to start before we get into all of the other treehouses. And when I say all of the other treehouses, Dustin, we are not going to leave any treehouse unturned.
Wow.
We are going to be getting into the 3 canonical treehouses from the games, all of the dubious treehouses that appear in other games that have been, at one point or another, ascribed to Donkey Kong. And we'll go through the list and we'll see which one is actually Donkey Kong's treehouse and which one is not Donkey Kong's treehouses. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be heated, I'm sure. We're also going to be looking at.
Wait.
We're also going to be looking at treehouses outside of gaming media. The various representations of Donkey Kong's treehouse in real life and in other properties, be they trailers or, yes, cartoons.
Whoa! You heard it here first, everybody.
Yeah, I'll be talking about the cartoon.
For the first time ever, Hyle Russell has to acknowledge the cartoon.
No, it's interesting, especially when you see where various inspirations from later Treehouses draw from. It's all interconnected. It's all one tangled web. And I don't even think Squitter's been in the Treehouse. So,
Yeah.
let's start with the original Treehouse. The Treehouse. Doesn't need a fancy nickname. It is just the Treehouse. So, the Treehouse indisputably appeared in Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo, for the Game Boy Color, for the Game Boy Advance. It also appeared briefly in Donkey Kong Country 3 for the Game Boy Advance. And it was going to be in the 2003 build of Diddy Kong Pilot. Now, any other appearance that you see of the original Treehouse elsewhere, we're going to be getting into later, but we might be arguing about whether or not it's actually the Treehouse. Okay, so Donkey Kong's Treehouse from the original Donkey Kong Country. My personal fanon for this, and there is nothing in the games that suggests this. This is just my own notions from when I was a kid playing these games, and I'm not necessarily married to this, but it's just one of those things that stuck with me when I was building my understanding of these characters and Donkey Kong Island and the Rare Archipelago and this entire world. But I always thought that Donkey Kong's treehouse was his childhood treehouse that Cranky built for him. And that when he moved out of Cranky's cabin, he just moved into his own childhood treehouse. I like that. I like that idea because it's simple. And, I think the Kongs live a simple, lackadaisical life without a lot of the pressures or stressors that we put in our own existence, in our own version of civilization, in our own bullshit system. I think that the Kongs keep it as simple as possible. So, okay, I'm probably getting to the point where I want to move out of my parents' house. Should I, look for an apartment in Big Ape City? Should I, I don't know, set off and try to, I don't know, get a roommate somewhere? It's like, no, I'm just gonna move into my childhood treehouse. Done. I'm set for life.
I wish my life was that simple, but I didn't have a treehouse as a kid. I had to move into an apartment.
I didn't have a treehouse either. And the fact, I didn't really have an adequate tree for a treehouse to exist. Like, I had trees in my yard, but they were like Bradford pears, which are terrible anyway, but like they're too skinny for a treehouse. And so yeah, I never had a treehouse as a kid. I was always envious of kids who had a treehouse or some sort of playhouse. That my friend Elliot had one. He had two, actually. The bastard. He had three. Oh my god, he had three. Yeah, he had like this sort of, I don't know, playground kind of setup with the swings, and it had like a little house you could go up into, and then he had a treehouse that was on the ground, and then he eventually had a 2-story one. Anyway, yeah. So
Jesus.
I would just go over to Elliot's house, and he wasn't even rich, He just, his dad liked to build things.
Wow, that's crazy. It's so rare for a kid to have one treehouse, let alone 3.
Yeah, and he eventually used the 2-story one to drink in when he got older. He invited friends over, and they would just get drunk in it. So let that be a lesson to the dads out there who built 3 tree houses. But none of those were actually tree houses, right? Because they weren't actually in a tree. And I feel like that's a distinction that gets very cloudy when we talk about Donkey Kong's treehouse, because the original treehouse is not a treehouse. When you look at the actual game, it is actually a cave house. It is a house built atop the Banana Horde cave. There's no tree.
Yeah, that's a huge deal right there.
There are trees around it, sure, but it is a house atop a very, very steep cave. And when I was playing the original DKC, I always wondered how far back it extended, because you see the front of it, right?
Right.
But you never see like the middle or the back. And I always wondered, gee, I wonder if, he's got a big backyard atop that cave. I wonder if, he would have, barbecues and whatnot. Or, some sort of like luau's, or, just like big social gatherings of all the Kongs and their friends. But this is where Diddy Kong Pilot, the 2003 build, comes in handy, because we actually see the entire thing in Diddy Kong Pilot. And and this is rare, because, on the map screen, you see the entire treehouse, but it's kind of a exaggerated representation because it doesn't have the Banana Horde cave.
Right.
It's just flat on the island, which is not actually accurate to its appearance in Jungle Hijinks. But here in Diddy Kong Pilot, we see it in the distance of the first track. And turns out there is a sheer drop-off right at the back of the treehouse. There is no room for anything at the back. The Banana Horde cave just drops off. So you got Donkey Kong's treehouse, you got like a window, and then you've got nothing behind it. The deck extends to both sides, but there's nothing behind it.
Yeah, boy, they sure used the term treehouse liberally here.
Yeah,
I guess it's just because it's like up in the trees, like it's amongst the trees, but even that's like a stretch.
Well, it's kind of got that vibe of a treehouse where it's just like a single room establishment, and it's kind of like a little clubhouse that a child would have. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of why it's a treehouse. But I think it's interesting that the only full reference point we have for it, Banana Horde Cave and all, is in Diddy Kong Pilot's 2003 build, which ultimately was never officially released. But thankfully, we have, the ROM leak of it that we can get clear images of this. And I would view this as canonical, because it was put out by Rare, because it was going to be firmly established. So I think this is what they had as like reference for the treehouse internally. So even though we never saw it fully in the original DKC or its remakes, I would say this pretty much counts.
Agreed. I think it's fair to say. I mean, I think you can kind of infer that that's what it would look like in other forms of, or other appearances.
Mm.
I have no reason to believe it's not. They wouldn't lie to me and say that this is what the rest of DK's treehouse looks like.
No, and, because we never actually saw this in a release game, I suppose it could, be retconned later on and it wouldn't contradict anything. But for the time being, I think this is the safest interpretation, especially because I very much doubt we will see this version of the treehouse in the future. I don't think it'll be making a comeback. I think it will be on the NOA Treehouse logo, and that will be its existence from here on out. It's interesting that the NOA Treehouse logo matches up with this. That's why I said this must be something Rare had internally, because that is pretty much what they use. I mean, there's no Banana Horde cave, but it's just got the whole, like, the actual structure in there. So the actual structure, by the way, for those of you who are having a hard time picturing the original treehouse, so it's got one window on the side and I guess a window on the other side. It's symmetrical. It's got the front door, and it's got the sign hanging above the front door that says DK. And this is very early on, when just DK, like all caps, no periods, wasn't really the established protocol. So here it's D period K period. It's also interesting that there is a circular window up top, like kind of like not a skylight, but like just something you would see like above a door. Little circular window with like the little cross in the middle, cross hatching, whatever. Not cross hatching, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's perfect for beak bombing.
Yeah, right? Banjo-Kazooie could totally break in there. I think this is similar. Isn't this what's similar to how they got into Nabnuts?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. You just beak, because he has that exact same window.
Yeah. And of course, it's on the top of the banana hoard cave, and rather than a ladder or stairs, there are notches, like nubs that you jump up to get to Donkey Kong's Treehouse. It's very impractical. I'm not really sure how Cranky could do it all the time, given, you know, him hobbling around on canes. Although I guess Tropical Freeze established he's still spry when he wants to be. But yeah,
he can just pogo his way on up there.
It's not very accessible for those who can't get around that easily. So anyway, you get up to the treehouse and the interior of it. So we've seen the interior of the treehouse across every version of Donkey Kong Country. Now, in Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong Country Game Boy Color, it's virtually identical. They don't change anything. It's DKC GBA that really changed the interior. But what's interesting about that, Dustin, is that they didn't just completely remodel it. They took basically everything Donkey Kong had and they just rearranged it. So it's not like it's not like, oh, they got rid of this and they got rid of that. No, it's still the same table. It's still the same tablecloth. Still the same curtains. Still the same bed. They just switched most things around.
Still the same gigantic socks with blue stripes?
Yes. So here is where we analyze what Donkey Kong has at his treehouse. And this is fun because I spent so much time in the treehouse playing Donkey Kong Country. One of the things I would like to do, and this just goes to show how obsessed I was with this game when I was a kid. I would go into Donkey Kong's treehouse, and that's all I would do. That I could spend an hour in there, just jumping on the tire in the middle of the floor, just soaking it in, just imagining Donkey Kong was, having a staycation, a self-care day, before I knew what those were. I was like, I don't need to go out to jungle hijinks today. I don't need to explore the Congo jungle. I don't need to, go up to Monkey Mines or Vine Valley, Gorilla Glacier. I'm just gonna stay home today.
I can just play with my gigantic socks and my tires.
Yeah. So inside the interior, of course, there is the tire in the ground, which is an interesting feature. That's why I think this might have been built for him by Cranky when he was a kid. When he was maybe Donkey Kong Jr., if you want to go that far. Because that is such a, playhouse kind of feature, right?
Right.
We're going to have a tire in the ground that you can jump on, like a trampoline. That's not something a functioning adult would go for. All right, yeah, make sure the foundation is sound. Oh, and can we get a tire in the floor so I can go bouncy bounce?
I just want to hop around. Sometimes there's extra lives floating around.
And I think in an ideal world, that is exactly where an adult's mind would go. But we don't live in an ideal world, do we? No, we don't.
Oh, we sure don't.
So, okay, so we've got some very memorable, distinguishable landmarks inside his treehouse. The interior decorating that always sticks in your brain. And I'm going to start with the giant portrait of Candy Kong.
Ooh.
So, at this stage, I think Donkey and Candy are in a loving, monogamous relationship. I think any burning hot lust that Candy feels for Funky it hasn't really come to the surface yet. And Donkey Kong, he's like, that's my special lady, Candy. And so he wants the world to know it. So he puts a portrait of her by his door. So the first thing he sees when he leaves every day is Candy Kong. Just to remind him, hey, that's my girlfriend. That's
just to remind himself.
Right. So that's and this is probably the least lurid appearance of the Candy portrait in any iteration of Donkey Kong's Treehouse, just because it's not directly by the bed. So there's no implication that this is his wanking material.
It's just it's very respectful at this point.
It's a loving memento of his relationship. And what's interesting to me is, okay, he has the tire in the floor, right? Mm-hmm. But he's also got 2 giant tires in the treehouse. And
he's got lots of tires.
Yeah, it was like, what are the giant tires for? Like, what purpose could this serve? And without getting ahead of ourselves too much, I think there actually is a purpose to these tires. But he just hadn't established it by the time of the original Donkey Kong Country. More on that later. Watch this space. He's also got... So I love his curtains. Can I just say I adore Donkey Kong's curtains because they are blue with white polka dots.
They're not really the kind of decor you would necessarily associate with Donkey Kong.
No, they're not the kind of decor you would associate with a hairy gorilla living in the jungle. It's like, well, I want my curtains to have polka dots.
Yeah, for his house, for his shack made of wood.
You're right. And I think this is something that would kind of be lost as the series went on, especially after Rare went with Xbox and, Retro took over the series. Retro would go with a more, like, found material kind of vibe with Treehouse in the future, whereas Rare just went like, no, he's just like us. He's basically people. He's got these cute little curtains that bring a little sunny disposition to the Treehouse. Yeah.
That should be on Donkey Kong's Wikipedia page. He's practically people. He's almost people.
Yeah, he's just like us. He likes sunny decor. He likes to, properly align his treehouse for proper feng shui.
Yeah, he likes tires strewn about the floor just like the rest of us.
Okay, speaking of stuff strewn about the floor, are there a stack of plates by the door?
I was wondering what that is. You think those are plates?
I've always taken it to be plates. Just plates and or dishes stacked up by the floor. Look, he's a bachelor. Like, he's got a girlfriend, but he lives by himself. And I could see him just saying, like, I'll just put the plates on the floor.
For some reason, eating bananas on plate seems weird to me.
Well, I'm sure he eats other stuff than just bananas. Like, bananas are his go-to. Bananas are his staple, but I'm sure occasionally, he has a nice burrito.
A nice tuna melt.
Well, actually, gorillas are vegetarians, by and large.
Oh, that's true.
So,
vegetarian tuna melt.
You laugh, Dustin, but I actually do have some vegetarian tuna in the refrigerator right now.
Oh.
It's not bad. It's actually not bad. I actually never had tuna when I ate meat. Back when I was a kid, I never had tuna fish sandwiches or any tuna of the sort.
But you enjoy the vegetarian tuna?
I enjoy it very much, yeah. So
nice.
And I'm like, would I enjoy this if I knew what tuna tastes like? Maybe not. But I probably wouldn't enjoy tuna even if I did eat meat, so...
That's true. See, when I was looking at it just now, I think this was the first time I ever noticed that weird orange pile of what's-it over there. So when I first saw it, I was like, what, is that like a long wrapped-up power cable?
I like how that's where your brain goes, and I'm just thinking oh, it's this extension cord.
Yeah, no, it's DK's classic pile of plates.
Yeah, and I don't know. I just think it just makes sense he would have plates, right?
I guess it makes more sense than having a long power cord. Yeah.
He's also got a lot of bananas, just a lot of bananas around the treehouse floor, which he just brings up from his hoard. Or maybe they never even make it to the hoard. Like, he's bringing bananas back to his hoard, and he's like, well, I gotta just put some in my treehouse so save myself a trip for later.
Yeah, he should really get a garbage can or something. Like, I get having these big banana bunches, but when you just have, like, a bunch of banana peels strewn about on the ground, somebody's gonna get hurt.
Well, I don't know. Like, he might have a trash can, because we only see one side of the treehouse, right?
That makes this even worse. If he has a garbage can, he should use it.
Well, I know, but he's like, I'll get it later. I'll pick it up later. If he's just laying in bed and he's tossing the banana peels, it's like, you know, when you're picking dead skin off your foot and you're in bed.
Ew! Oh, geez, that made me choke on my saliva.
And you're like, oh, I'll just pick up these ripped off skin strips, you know, in the morning. I'll just get to it in the morning.
They're not going anywhere.
Right.
See, I would have gone with the crumpled up tissue. It's like, after all that activity, I'm a little too tired to get to the garbage can.
Well, I don't know. Maybe those are what the socks are for.
That's true. I've never seen him wear them.
Yeah, does Donkey Kong ever wear socks? No.
I don't think... No. I guess those are there for a more useful purpose.
I mean, I don't want to say that those giant white socks with blue stripes are for wanking purposes. But have you ever seen Donkey Kong wear socks in your life? Even when he's worn clothing other than a tie. Have you ever seen him cover up those sexy toes?
Not once. Not once. He wants people to see him, and I'm glad.
Here's what's interesting about the socks on the bed. Because in 1994, I did not know if they were socks or not. I was like, is that just a weird torn blanket? What is... I don't know what I'm seeing. And I thought maybe they're giant socks. But I was like, that's a bit weird. It wasn't until the GBA remake where the socks are in a different position, actually on the floor, that you can definitively say, oh yeah, those are socks.
You'd think by that point they would say, wait a minute, Donkey Kong owning socks makes no sense, but no, they wanted to stay accurate and they left them in.
I like to think the DKC GBA team, back in early 2003, they were like, you know, for 9 years now, we've been getting non-stop letters here at Rare. What are those things on Donkey Kong's bed? Now's our chance to finally, definitively answer this for the people.
Oh man, I'm so glad they finally put the debates to rest. People could stop rioting out in the streets once they got the answer. You know what the thing is? You said you thought it was some weird torn blanket, and that would actually make more sense.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I could see like Donkey Kong like ripping his blanket when he's having night terrors.
Yeah, exactly. It makes more sense than socks he never wears.
Yeah, which, I mean, the only practical purpose for those socks is something lurid. And I don't know if I like the thought of Donkey Kong using socks for that reason. Because then, you know, it's like, where's your washing machine, Donkey Kong? Like, do you clean those? I don't want ever increasing amounts of crust in these socks.
Yeah, that's why they put them on the ground for the Game Boy Advance remake. They realized, you know what, these socks would be crusty and stiff.
Yeah, don't leave it on the bed where you sleep, Donkey Kong.
Don't sleep in the mess you make.
Oh. Maybe he does have a washing machine on the other side of the treehouse that we don't see.
That's true.
Because I like to think that he has a trash can, some sort of washing machine, a little kitchenette, maybe a microwave. I like
You think all his necessities are on the other side, all the stuff that he needs.
I like to think anything we could imagine Donkey Kong having is on the other side. So therefore, you're not left worrying about Donkey Kong's wants. You know, Donkey Kong's got it covered. He could have a Keurig. He could have a Roomba. Whatever modern conveniences you could imagine, Donkey Kong could have on the other side of that treehouse.
Yeah, he has his stepmaster.
Right. Yeah, he could have he could have video game systems. He could have fleshlights. Although I guess that would defeat the purpose of the sock. So
that's true. He just prefers the feel of the socks.
He's a humble man. It's like Mario, just a man of the people. He doesn't need these new age gadgets.
I use socks just like everybody else.
Please. I put on my sock one wang at a time.
Boy, I didn't think we could get that much out of these socks. But he also has a beach ball. That's pretty cool, I guess.
I didn't think we could get that much out of these socks. That's what he said.
Whoa!
Yeah, the beach ball. So the beach ball's a weird thing because the beach ball is just this persistent thing in this iteration of the treehouse. In all three renditions of it, rearrangements of it, realignments of the interior, this beach ball just hangs on. And it's the same beach ball every time. It's like, why do you have a beach ball, Donkey Kong? Like, why is that one of your vital necessities? Maybe Funky Kong gave it to him as a birthday gift.
I could see that. We see in the beginning of Donkey Kong Country 2 GBA that they do go to the beach often, so maybe he just has it for beach fun playtimes.
He's a beach comber. He, not as much as Funky, but he does, spend some time on the sands. So, speaking of, I guess, the beach, there is some more perplexing than the socks, which at least we had an answer eventually that they were socks. More perplexing than the socks is what is hanging above his bed. And by the way, his bed in this original treehouse is kind of like, how would you describe it? It's got the steel frame. It's not steel, but maybe like iron or copper or like...
Copper is what I was thinking. It has that yellowy tint. It's definitely not the kind of bed I would expect for Donkey Kong.
Yeah, it's got like they're like a bedpost with the little knobs on it, and it's got like a mattress in the middle there with a pillow. But yeah, it's far less rustic than you would expect for Donkey Kong.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. Like at this point in time, I feel as though Rare wasn't really going with the Kongs just scavenge what they can find and invent stuff out of barrels with the rest. It was very much like, no, they're just like us. They're just apes and monkeys, but they're like us. And they have copper beds and I don't know, but above the bed is a sailboat picture. But the thing about the sailboat picture is that the sails on the sailboat... So there's two sailboats in his sailboat picture. There's one in the back and there's one in the front. And the one in the front has like a red hull. And the sail actually extends out of the frame. It's actually coming out like a 3D picture. And... that would be all well and good. Oh, it's just a piece of art that's like a little bit fanciful. But there is a fish that swims around in the picture. It's animated. And then you're like, okay, well, it's this Donkey Kong's fish tank. And it might be Donkey Kong's fish tank, and maybe he has his own version of Royston. But I don't think it's supposed to be a fish tank. I don't know what this is supposed to be. If it's moving art or if it's actually some sort of television, but television wouldn't really account for the sail coming out of it, would it?
Definitely not, and that would be a bad spot for a TV anyway, right above your bed.
Well, you flip around the pillow and you could just prop yourself up and you could just watch it, and then when you're done watching TV, you turn around and you're all set. I think that would be kind of a cool place for a television, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't know how you felt about it before I said such hateful comments.
So I could see this being a TV if it wasn't for the sail just sticking up out of it. And the more I think about it, the more I'm like, well, that couldn't be a TV. He must have his TV on the other side of the treehouse, along with everything else. Especially because where the pillow is propped, that would say he probably sits up and watches TV from the other side. So is this just moving art? What do you think, Dustin?
That's the only thing I can possibly think of. Even that's just such a weird thing. I can't wrap my head around this.
Yeah,
you have talking gorillas, whatever. I can wrap my head around that. But a painting that it would be fine if it was one thing, like if it was just the sailboat sticking out of the top or the fish swimming around, but the fact that it's both makes it really mess with me.
Yeah, even in a live stream, all Raid Day Pinball has to contribute is, I like the portrait of the boat with a boat in the background.
That is true. I mean, I do like this painting. It's just baffling.
It's not even a painting, though, because it's got a moving fish. Yeah. So in the 90s, there was this, wall art that you could get that was animated, right? And I had one of a jungle and the waterfall actually moved. You would flip the switch and you would turn it on. So I could see that being this, but that is such a deep, obscure thing that I can't imagine anybody at Rare actually put this in, saying, "Oh, it's just like those moving art pieces you can buy," because who knew about that?
I hadn't even heard of that before you just brought it up.
Yeah, so in the 90s, Dustin, in shopping malls, there used to be things called nature stores.
Ooh.
There were stores, and almost every mall I went into in the 90s had them, and then they eventually all just shut down, but they were stores that you could buy things that celebrated nature. Like, the whole thing was like, oh, this is rainforest themed stuff. And you could find these moving pictures in the rainforest, the nature store.
I love that. I wish that was still around.
No, of course it's not around anymore because it's awesome. And now, even the environment is political at this point. So, half the population would be like, a nature store. Fuck that!
Stepping on my rights with your rainforests?
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you?
I'll eat a gorilla if I want.
Actually, the people who do poach and eat gorillas do so not for, mostly because they are impoverished and they have no other options. So if we could...
that sucks.
Yeah, if we could actually solve hunger and famine there, people will probably eat less gorillas.
That would be great. I wish.
That would be great. Maybe one day. But on a lighter note, before we leave this interior decor of the original Treehouse, I do have to point out, people got on me for not mentioning Daisy on the last episode of the Kongversation. So I'm gonna mention 3 daisies right now. The daisies that Donkey Kong has in a vase on a table, on a little bedside table by his bed. And these are just 3 enormous daisies. If you ever wondered, do daisies grow on Donkey Kong Island? daisies do grow in Donkey Kong Island, and maybe Candy picked them for Donkey Kong, or maybe Donkey Kong was just like, well, I need some flowers, and he pulled them out and he put them in the vase, and he was like, well, these are lovely, and
Hyle, I want you to be the new Donkey Kong voice.
See, that was me doing the current Donkey Kong voice, and less so the Grant Kirkhope. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That's him in the sock. But
right, you nailed.
Yeah, I love that he has daisies. I love that he's just like because Donkey Kong, he's in touch with a softer, gentle side of himself. Donkey Kong isn't embroiled in all this toxic masculinity bullshit. Donkey Kong, he's a tough dude, but he's got a tender side.
And that's why we love him.
That's why we love him. I also love the little checkered red and white tablecloth he's got.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's red, white, and pink.
Well, I think it's just supposed to be red and, well, I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say, with these kind of like blurry, pixelated ACM graphics. I would love to see what this treehouse is supposed to look like, outside of the ultra compressed vision of it that we have in Donkey Kong Country. Like, I don't think I've ever seen just a full on render of the interior of the treehouse. You see some of the other, all the other locations in Donkey Kong Country, and especially the sequels. You see the interior shots of like the Monkey Museum and Kong College, and you don't see that with Donkey Kong's Treehouse. So
yeah,
it's a shame we could.
I'm glad you mentioned the 3 daisies. Now you never have to talk about Daisy on this podcast ever again. You filled your quota.
I did, and that's probably good because the daisies aren't there in the Game Boy Advance version. So in the Game Boy Advance version, as I mentioned, they basically left most of the stuff the same. They just changed where it's located. And you're probably sitting there thinking, well, Hyle and Dustin from off of DK Vine, how do you reconcile this? Because you, in the past, have said that Donkey Kong Country for the Game Boy Advance is a retelling of the events of Donkey Kong Country that occur at the same time as the Super Nintendo version. So how do you rationalize the layout of the treehouse completely changing if they happen concurrently? Well, I'm glad you asked that. Oh my
god!
So after you come back to the treehouse later in the game, and I forget, I apologize, I forget if it's after you beat King K. Rool or if it's just after you pass a certain point in the game, but if you go back into the treehouse, you get a little startle, you get a little fright. Very Naughty is just hanging out in the treehouse, and he does this like surprise, horrified reaction to Donkey Kong catching him, breaking and entering, and he goes and he runs away, and then that's it. It's never spoken of again. So my thinking, Dustin, is that Very Naughty broke into his house. It probably means other Kremlins were doing some B&Es, some light B&Es. And if you've ever had the suspicion or the worry that somebody has broken into your home, the first thing you're going to do is turn that place upside down, making sure that nothing was taken, or you just basically want to get an inventory of the place. So you're going, and you're also probably going to want to make sure no other members of the Kremlin crew are hiding, for example, underneath your bed or underneath your rug. So you're going to be turning that place inside out. And I like to think that's what Donkey Kong did. Now, whether or not the alignment, the layout of the treehouse was originally how it was in DKC GBA, and then he rearranged it to how it appeared in the Super Nintendo version, or if it was how it appeared in the Super Nintendo version, and he arranged it to how it appears in GBA, the GBA version, we don't know. We don't know which came first. But I like to think that is why everything got switched around concurrently with the events of the Super Nintendo game, because the Kremlings were just breaking in, and Donkey Kong was like, nope, I've got to rearrange. I've got to make sure my stuff is still here. They stole my bananas. They better not steal my beach ball.
Hey, these plates are mine, got it?
I've only got 2 pairs of socks.
Yeah, one of my favorite things is now he has books strewn about the GBA version.
So obviously,
that would mean you'd have to be like, oh, okay, go ahead.
No, obviously he's got a bookshelf on the other side that we don't see.
Yeah, so when he rearranged his room, he was like, all right, you know what? This green book would look great over here. This blue book on the ground over here. Perfect.
What I love about the DKC GBA Treehouse layout is that architecturally it is still the same place. The bones are the same. You can actually see the other wall, like the far wall now. But the layout is the same. By the way, like, he's got, like cracks in his roof where, like, the wood is kind of spread apart a little bit, and people are like, well, wouldn't he get wet? Wouldn't it rain on him? Don't worry about it. I'm sure he's got maybe like tarps or he just gets a bucket out whenever it rains.
Yeah, I'm touched that our listeners would worry about him, though, like, care so much for his well-being. But don't worry, Donkey Kong has it under control.
Here's how much I worry about him, Dustin. I'm like, he's living in a hot, humid jungle. I hope he has some air conditioning, because I don't see a ceiling fan in there. And I like to think they have central air on Donkey Kong Island, but maybe some version of it that isn't as harmful to the environment as the version we have.
Right.
You know, so I like to think, though, that they do have climate control on Donkey Kong Island, because I was like, even with those holes in the ceiling, I like to think that, you know, hey, Donkey Kong can be comfortable in his home. He can escape that jungle heat, kick back with a cold one, a good book, a crusty sock.
That's a good time right there. One thing I noticed, too, about the Game Boy Advance version is he no longer has his sailboat portrait.
Yeah, so he's moved his bed. So the bed was originally, like, facing the camera, where the camera would be. From our perspective, the bed was facing us. He's now flipped the bed, so it's now against the far left wall. And now the bed is kind of facing the door, probably so he could, like, keep an eye out for any Kremlings coming in, because he'd be paranoid the next several nights, right? Like, are the Kremlings going to be, you know, breaking in? What's happening here? But yeah, the bed is moved. The sailboat motion picture has been completely removed. It might be on the other side now above the kitchenette. But he's now got a little sign hanging above where the sailboat picture was that says "Home Sweet Home."
Yeah, I wonder if maybe the sailboat portrait just started freaking him out too. He was like, I don't know what this is. I don't know how this works. Get it out of here.
I like how the major thing that they did decide to remove in this version was the sailboat thing, because they were like, this doesn't make any sense. Let's get rid of it and just put something that says "Home Sweet Home."
Yeah, they chose to keep the socks, but they got rid of the rid of the sailboat picture.
The curtains are still the same. He's moved his lovely little flower bedside table now to it's still next to the bed, but he's put it on the far left wall. And the vase appears green here, but I think it's still supposed to be the same vase, but the flowers are no longer inside. And the portrait of Candy is now hanging above that as well. He's completely moved the portrait of Candy, so now it is no longer next to the door, it's now facing the door. But it's still recognizably the same portrait of Candy. Curtains are still the same. Beach ball is the same. He's still got 2 enormous tires in there. I think the rug is supposed to be the same. It's It doesn't. I can't tell what the design of the rug was in a Super Nintendo version. If there's some sort of like shape to it or some sort of like figure. I don't know. I see some like weird pattern on it that I've spent many the hour trying to figure out what this is, and I still can't make heads or tails of it. But in the Game Boy Advance version, it's now just a big red rug with like black black frame on it, like in the middle, and then on the outer edges. But I think you can squint and say it's the same rug. It's just the contrast has been turned up quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. You can say the same about the rest of it. I mean, look at them yellows in that wood.
Yeah. I mean, the GBA version of Donkey Kong Country was just brighter all around. All the colors were just turned up to the max.
Yeah.
To the point where it was almost obnoxious.
Oh, definitely. But I do think not every part of the Game Boy Advance game looks great, but I think his Treehouse does. I think it works.
Yes. I like the way this looks. I like that the bones are still the same. He's got two other pictures hanging up, and I've never been able to tell what the hell they are. He's got one next to his window, and he's got one on the right side of the door now, but I cannot figure out what those are supposed to be.
Yeah, I see like one stray green pixel on the one near the door. Maybe it's like a skull with glowing eyes.
Well, it's frustrating because, in Cranky's cabin, we see the interior of Cranky's cabin in DKC GBA, and of course he's got the Saberwolf cast on a portrait in there. And I'm like, what great rare reference is this that I can't figure out because the resolution is so low? And the only reason I know it's the Saberwolf cast in Cranky's Cabin is because I've actually compared it to all the artwork in Saberwolf, and I found the exact cast photo it is. But this, I have no idea what this could be. I have no clue.
There's just no way to tell.
No. I think they're the same picture, whatever they are, because I see the same green pixel that you're seeing in both. But I don't know what they're supposed to be.
Yeah.
I'm
sure Donkey Kong knows, and that's what's important.
Yeah, I mean, so long as he's happy, right? Why are we projecting our own wants on him?
Yeah, I'm sure DK would come into our house and look at our posts and be like, what the fuck is that?
Donkey Kong would come into my office and he'd be like, why do you have so many me's in here? This is creepy.
He'd be scared.
Yeah.
He'd be like, all right, I gotta get going.
Yeah. So, you might think that's where it ends. Like, that is where Rare's rendition of the original Treehouse comes to a close, but seldom discussed appearance of Donkey Kong's original Treehouse is, surprisingly, bizarrely, in the credits of Donkey Kong Country 3 for the Game Boy Advance. This makes no sense, really, Dustin, because Donkey Kong Country 3 is Dixie's game. Donkey Kong appears at the end of Castle Chaos when he hops out of Chaos's body with Diddy Kong, and he's like, oh, I guess I was the bad guy. Whoopsie doodles.
I guess it was me.
So why we're seeing Donkey Kong's Treehouse, I don't know. I could even see the argument that maybe this isn't Donkey Kong's Treehouse, this is Dixie's house. But even that doesn't really work because, for one, the layout, like the architecture is still pretty much the same as we saw in DKC GBA, and we see some recognizable things. And two, well, DKC 3 GBA, or just DKC 3 in general, it's about, all the Kongs in the game being in the Northern Hemisphere. Donkey and Diddy are on vacation. It's basically a road trip game. So seeing your home doesn't really make any sense unless it's just like this wistful reminder that your home is waiting for you at the end of this. I don't know. I don't think it's Dixie's house. I think it's supposed to be Donkey Kong's house. But
I agree.
But we've got some rearranged aesthetics here. And so he's moved his bed yet again. He's pushed his bed now closer to the window. He's moved it back against the wall where it was in Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo, but it's now right next to the window. The bed also looks less coppery gold here and more of just black, but the shape of it is the same. So I would argue it is the same bed. It just maybe the shadows are falling on it. But
what is that thing to the left of it?
The thing to the left of it, I think that's supposed to be his bedside table. I think that's supposed to be.
Oh,
I think that's supposed to be where the vase was before, but he's
right.
It's got a slightly different pattern on the tablecloth. It's now just red and white striped pattern, and he must really like this red and white stripe pattern. He must have bought a set at Bed Bath and Beyond because he's got a new bed sheet that's red and white striped. He's got a new curtain. He got rid of the curtains I love. So sometime by 1996, he got rid of that amazing blue and white polka dotted curtain, and he got instead a pull down curtain that's red and white striped.
Yeah, he kind of had a red and white stripe phase for a while.
Like I said, he must have just got a complete set at the store. He was just like,
this is the new me, he said.
Well, and I like to think he still has the old stuff in storage, and maybe he just he changes his sheets and his comforter. Maybe depending, time of year, where he's just like, I got this dirty. I missed the sock. I'm going to switch out the bed sheets. And I'm just gonna match everything else. The rug is still the same, but he's flipped the rug around, so it's now what seems longer. Maybe he didn't flip it around. Maybe it's just the perspective we're seeing here.
It might be, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it makes sense to keep the rug because it kind of goes with the new sheets and carpet. Like, it's not red and white stripe, but it still matches the red.
By the way, he still has the Home Sweet Home thing above his bed. That hasn't changed. But remember when I said he probably has a bookshelf on the other side of the treehouse? Well, he's now moved the bookshelf where it's visible to us. And he's put the beach ball on top of the bookshelf. But two of those books, remember that blue and green book that were just out on the floor, they are now up on the bookshelf along with a red book.
DK's been, learning to take care of himself a little better.
It's also possible because Candy wasn't in DKC 3, so it's possible that while Donkey was in the Northern Hemisphere, Candy went into Donkey Kong's treehouse and cleaned up for him.
I could see that. He also has a green book on his bed, it looks like, so he was in the middle of reading something.
Right, maybe it was a book on the Northern Hemisphere, and he was reading about it the night before he and Diddy left on their vacation.
Ah, see, that's why DK is such a good character. He's well prepared.
He's also put up shelves on the far left wall. Remember when I said the vase was no longer... The vase, excuse me. I have to keep consistent here. The vase. Remember when I said the vase was no longer on the table? It's now up on the shelf. He still doesn't have flowers on it. And it looks like above the shelf with the vase on it, he either got two other books or maybe those are plates? I can't really tell.
He switched out, just like he switched out his sheets, he switched out his plates. Now they're blue and yellow.
And hey, remember those two tires that have been on the floor forever? He finally made use of what he was going to do with at least one of them. He made a tire swing.
That's so interesting to me because other versions of DK's Treehouse just have the tire swing. It's interesting to me that he didn't just have this to begin with.
He finally implemented it sometime between the original Donkey Kong Country and the beginning of Donkey Kong Country 3. Maybe after the whole kidnapping ordeal, he came back and he was like, life is too short. I'm finally going to set up this tire swing.
I'm finally going to do those things I said I'm going to do.
And maybe because I'm sure Diddy was hanging out at the treehouse a lot more after their adventures together, and Diddy needed a place to sit. And as we saw in the Smash trailers eventually, Of course, Diddy hangs out in the tire swing, so maybe he finally did that so Diddy would have a proper place to hang out inside the treehouse.
That's very considerate of him.
Donkey Kong is, like I said, he's sensitive, he loves flowers, and he watches out for his friends. He's the best, this Donkey Kong. So, those mystery pictures that we were talking about, the green pixel, so there's still one hanging where it was hanging in the GBA version of the original DKC. It's now above the bookshelf because the bookshelf is moved from the unseen side to where we can see it. But it looks like the picture changed. And now there's a red pixel. And here...
Hyle, you go ahead and say your thing about it.
Okay. So if you squint really hard, it kind of looks like it could be the sailboat.
That's what I was gonna say.
All right. I'm glad we're thinking sailboat.
We're on the same page.
So I don't know if this was supposed to be the sailboat moving picture in DKC GBA, and they just got the coloring wrong, and they fixed it in DKC 3 GBA. But I think this is supposed to be the sailboat picture. It's a little smaller, and it's not animated, but I think, again, if you squint and you can just accept size fluctuation, it's the same one.
Yeah. Maybe DK just really likes sailboat portraits, so he said, well, this one's obviously haunted. I'm going to trade it in for one that doesn't move.
It's possible. Also, this is the only time we see, I think, in the game, the actual door to the treehouse.
I was going to say that earlier. Like, his treehouse just doesn't have a door. No wonder it's being broken into so much. But here he actually has a door.
Yeah, you can see the door. It's still wide open, but you can see the door, open from the inside. And I think you could, I make the case if you squint that it's there in all three versions. It's just only perfectly clear from the angle we're at in the DKC3 GBA credits that there's the door there. Outside the door, we can see the other tire, the other giant tire. He's pushed it out of the treehouse. I think he's giving it to Goodwill or it's something. But he's like, all right, I finally hung one tire. I'm probably not going to hang this other one. Rope isn't free. So, I'm going to push it out. Maybe he eventually moved it into one of his other tree houses. Who knows? But at this point, he pushed it out the door. He's like,
You know what's very interesting about this is the way you have these screenshots ordered is it's kind of like a story. So, like, the first picture just has the tires. There's nothing else. It's just tires strewn out on the ground. But then in the Game Boy Advance version, you see the tires, but there's also a rope on the ground. And then in DKC3, it's been put up.
I didn't even notice the rope in DKC GBA. You're right. He had the rope all along. And oh my god, it is a story. What the hell? Oh my god, my respect for Rare. I didn't think it could increase. I didn't think it could grow, but it just grew. There is continuity here, Dustin.
They took us on a little journey with them.
My god. This is amazing. We're learning new stuff just talking about this.
Life is so beautiful sometimes.
Right? I know we go on about how bleak things feel in this day and age, but I look at the rope in Donkey Kong's Treehouse, and I don't even want to hang myself with it.
I'm so glad.
Oh no! I broke Dustin. I broke him.
Oh no! You filled me with too much happiness. I had to cough it out.
The rope in Donkey Kong's Treehouse makes me want to live.
I'm very glad.
Yeah, I am too, because we still have so much more to discuss.
Yeah, that would be awkward if you died in the middle of this episode and I had to talk about the rest.
So, that is the primary treehouse from the Rare era of Donkey Kong. But of course, there is another And I am talking about the treehouse that appeared in Donkey Kong 64. What I call the Watchtower. Da-na-da-na-na-na. Da-na-da-na-da-na-na. So the Watchtower is so called because this is what he established to watch over his golden banana hoard seen in Donkey Kong 64, which is a different banana hoard than the regular banana hoard seen in the other games, because these are golden bananas, the golden bananas that he discovered in Mario Party. And of course, then he found the rest and he hoarded them and he put them in a different cave. He's like, these are more valuable. I need to keep these up high. So he found another cave and he's like, I need a watchtower to keep guard over these. And so he built another treehouse similar to the first, but not identical. And this time it is a proper treehouse, Dustin. It is in a tree.
It is way up there in that tree.
So it's interesting that I refer to this as the Watchtower, and I have, another name for the other treehouse. But the one I call the treehouse is the one that is definitely not a treehouse. It is a cave house.
Sometimes that's just how life works out.
Them's the breaks, to quote our friend Boris Johnson.
Man, Hyle, I've agreed with you on lots of things, but I don't think I've ever agreed with you more than just then. Them's is the breaks.
Oh, I thought you meant that Boris Johnson is our friend.
I agree with that so much.
So, the Watchtower, it's similar to Donkey Kong's original OG treehouse. It's got that little circular window above the door, but at least from the one side of it, there's no window. From the side of it that we see in the original treehouse we got that window. There's no window on the one side of Donkey Kong's treehouse. There are two windows on the other side, though. And we've got a front porch extending out, and the treehouse is held upright by support beams going into the tree. But to get up to the treehouse, you have to actually climb other trees, and you have to jump into it. So it's even more complicated to access this one than it is the original one. Probably why the only character we ever see visiting him in this treehouse is Squawks.
Yeah, you'd think he'd put like a ladder or something, but nope. I guess the trees work fine.
And I think, the purpose of the Golden Banana Hoard and there being a watchtower for it is to make it as inaccessible as, I was going to say humanly possible, as gorilla-y possible.
That's a good word.
Yeah, again, I have to use all the words, Dustin, even the ones that are just made up.
I love it. It's always a surprise.
So the Watchtower is the only rendition of the treehouse that we have seen from every angle. And this creates a little problem because, I said, we can pretty much project anything we want on the other side of Donkey Kong's treehouse in the original one, including a kitchen, a washer-dryer combo, perhaps, and, yes, a bathroom. We can imagine a little stall, a little shower, maybe, some place where Donkey Kong does his business and gets himself clean afterwards. Maybe he has a bidet. Anything we want for Donkey Kong can be imagined there. With the Watchtower, though, I don't know where you could possibly imagine there to be a bathroom. Unless he's pooping in one of the tires.
Yeah, it's his pooping tire.
Well, I'm going to get a cider out of Donkey Kong's mini fridge here. Here we go.
Oh, perfect. I'm glad he had that just ready for you without you having to ask.
Well, I mean, I put it in there because, I'm crashing at all of Donkey Kong's treehouses at the moment.
That's true. I feel like Donkey Kong would be a real asshole if he didn't let you do that.
And we've established he's not. He's got daisies in his place. God's sake.
Yeah. I really like the Watchtower.
Yeah, I mean, it is. It is the only time we've ever been able to free roam one of Donkey Kong's homes. And I like all the little bits in there. They didn't leave any corner of it left wanting, right? There's lots of little details here, and I'm just gonna list off all the things in there. So we've got another bookshelf here. Donkey Kong is a reader. Donkey Kong
I like that.
books. And underneath the bookshelf, he's got like a full bookshelf too. It's not like in the original Treehouse where he's got a few books on the shelf. He's got a full library here. But
Right. I was going to make a little joke, a little gag about them being like little children's books, like Go Dog Go, but even for a gorilla, I think that would be pretty impressive.
yeah, I don't think you should pass judgment, even if he's reading picture books, because that's pretty fucking impressive.
Yeah, I don't know any gorillas that could read anything.
I know a few. I'll introduce you at some point. But underneath the bookshelf, we've got a barrel and a steel keg. And that's interesting because, kegs barely appear in Donkey Kong 64. They were common in Donkey Kong Country and Donkey Kong Country 3. They do appear in DK64, but it's rare that they're in there. We've also got Cranky's cobweb-covered gramophone from the opening of Donkey Kong Country.
And you were wondering where Donkey Kong does his business.
Yeah, it's interesting that the gramophone is there because right next to it is a red girder from Big Ape City or maybe New Donk City, depending on your perspective. So we got two things heavily associated with Cranky here. And it makes me wonder, was this Cranky's house at any point? Was this one of Cranky's getaways? Did Cranky leave Donkey Kong this place, and has Donkey Kong just moved in? Or did Donkey Kong build this to watch the Golden Banana Horde?
That's interesting. Maybe I like to think Cranky left it to him, but DK sees it, as the Watchtower. He doesn't see it as a place to live and chill and relax. Even though there are plenty of things for leisurely activities here, such as what he has next to his bed. But yeah, I like to think this is more DK comes here to work, not to play.
Right. Yes. And maybe this is just where he keeps some of the stuff he doesn't really want to keep in his other places. So, like, Cranky...
Kind of like a storage house?
Yeah, so Cranky was like, here, I want to give you something. This was the girder that Mario fell off of when I defeated him. I guess it was the other way around, though.
DK doesn't want to give it away. He gets the sentiment, but, he doesn't need that in his main room.
I guess Mario was defeated in Donkey Kong Jr., so the girder would represent where Cranky fell. But this is the girder I fell on and injured my head. Gave myself that horrible concussion.
Don't you want to keep it?
Yeah, but I could see Cranky giving it to him, and Donkey was like, oh, okay, cool.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, more junk laying around. Above the girder is a portrait of a dolphin.
Oh, how mysterious.
Well, this was obviously a reference to the then codenamed Dolphin, which turned out to be the GameCube. And Rare put a couple references to the Dolphin in this era of games. Of course, Cranky has his Donkey Kong Dolphin auditions at the end of Donkey Kong 64, and he ultimately determined that no character was eligible to appear in it, which is why Donkey Kong and the Banana are the only two who appear in Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. But, Saberman also dreams about riding a dolphin in Banjo-Tooie, and of course, that didn't come to pass either, because, the buyout, and then, he was on the Game Boy Advance, though, so... not the dolphin. But in universe, I like to think that Donkey Kong just loves dolphins, man. And his dream is to have a dolphin animal buddy, and he just can't seal the deal. He can't find one that works for him, and so that's why we don't have a dolphin animal buddy. We know there are dolphins in the Rare Archipelago. It just keeps eluding him.
Maybe someday DK and Snorkel will have that long-awaited crossover.
Maybe. There's another barrel. There's a giant tire on the floor. This is where I think he might do the poopsie doodles. I don't know.
The poopsie doodles.
Maybe maybe the giant DK rug in the middle. Because at this point, he's all about branding. He's got a giant rug with his initials on it, with the DK emblem on it. And also, I should point out that the sign that's hanging, it's similar to the one hanging above his original treehouse, but this time, there's no periods. It's just DKs, and it's just DK as we're used to it. DK, no
punctuation.
No punctuation needed. And also, he made it possessive. DKs. It's not just DK, it's DKs. So it's like, hey, stay the fuck out. This is my Watchtower. This is where I work. This is not where I play. He also
We're not here to have a good time. We're here to stare at a cave.
Also looks like he's just spray painted the sign. So he didn't even care about it looking nice. He just wanted to, like, get it up and running. But, yeah, in the corner there, he's got his bedding here, and it's just a hammock. It's a hammock this time around, which I wouldn't imagine would be comfortable in the back after a long time. I think that would cause long-term back pain. But the hammock seems to be made out of vines and foliage and leafy bits, which I like. I like that it seems to be made of found items from the jungle. I like that.
Yeah, I personally like it more than an actual bed for him.
I want Donkey Kong to be comfortable. I worry about Donkey Kong's comfort levels, Dustin. And honestly, if you don't, I question your morality.
You're right. I'm sorry. I don't know what the hell I was thinking.
No, it's fine. It's fine. He's probably a fictional character, so it doesn't really matter.
Probably. I love it, though. Because gorillas often sleep in just foliage.
Yeah, so
I feel like it feels more natural for them.
Dustin, my brother, this is something that I'm going to drop on your brain and everybody's brain.
No way.
I'm going to give you some real-world gorilla facts. And
Kill me with knowledge.
I said facts like I was shredding an electric guitar, but unfortunately I don't have an electric guitar with me, nor do I know how to play one. I can't even do an air guitar. I just wiggle my fingers.
Wow, I didn't know you were cool.
Which makes it look like I'm just, like, tickling somebody's testicles. Real-world gorilla facts! A gorilla...
Drop it on me, Daddy.
A gorilla will make a new nest for themselves every single night. So...
Wow.
Gorillas get up at daybreak, they go about their day, and then, as night falls, they make a nest every night, and they put themselves to bed as the sun sets. So they sleep through the night on this new nest. They go about their day, and then the gorilla clan will move on and go about their day. And then when night falls again, they will make a new nest.
I love it.
So yeah, a gorilla sleeping in a bed or a hammock is actually not accurate to how gorillas actually operate. But as we all know, the Kongs are evolved gorillas. And they realize we don't need to make a nest every night. We can sleep in houses.
Next you're going to tell me real-world gorillas don't use boomboxes.
They actually probably don't.
No, fuck this. I'm done with this podcast.
Yeah,
The magic's been taken away.
speaking of boom boxes, well, before we get to the boom box, let's just talk about the boom. Candy has another portrait in the Watchtower, and this one is just far more lurid in my brain, because not only does it seem to be a full-size portrait, like a full body shot of Candy, but it's got a little heart next to it, which... Did she Photoshop that in? Or did he Photoshop that in? Or where did this heart come from in this portrait of his real world girlfriend? This isn't like a pinup he's got. It's not like he's some horny teenager putting a pinup on his ceiling. This is his girlfriend, but he's got like a pinup of her with a photoshopped in a heart. What?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's... I was trying to search for an explanation, but yeah, it's probably just, maybe he took it into a poster designer. I don't know.
I like how the mere thought of it was exhausting you, and I could just feel your willpower die.
I don't know, whatever.
But the way the pillow is situated on the hammock, it clearly shows that this is what he stares at when he sleeps. There is no television here, Dustin. And so the implication is clear. What's going on with Donkey Kong, this hammock, and this life-size portrait of Candy Kong?
Oh, man, and where are those socks when you need them?
He left them at the other treehouse.
He was like, oh, no, I could have used those.
I mean, I guess those banana peels might do in a pinch.
Guess I'll have to do.
A pinch and a tug, but he's got another little table, and this one has white and blue checkered patterns on it. It's kind of similar to the red and white pattern of his original tablecloth, but this one is just a straight, clean, checkered pattern. And yes, it's got a boombox on it.
I love it.
Yeah, I don't know if this is supposed to be the same boombox as the opening to DKC, because he got the gramophone on one side, so it makes sense to have the boombox on the other.
Yeah. The boombox is what he actually uses.
But then again, that boombox got blowed up, so, maybe this is just a new boombox. But,
maybe Diddy gave him his boombox from DKC too.
Well, that seemed to be smaller, though, because Diddy could put that on his shoulder. I think this would...
Oh, yeah, this boombox is like almost as big as Donkey Kong is.
Right, I think this would hurt Donkey Kong if he put it on his shoulder and just kill Diddy.
I don't know. I don't know why my first reaction to Diddy Kong dying was to laugh.
Because we know he'll come back as a ghost, and it'll be interesting.
They're finally taking the series in a new direction.
And then off in the corner, there is explosives. There is a TNT plunger. And there's a, bucket of coal. I guess a crate of coal. And I'm like, why does he have mining gear? Because I thought this might be a reference to the mines of the original Donkey Kong Country. And there's also a torch above this, which doesn't seem to be smart to keep your TNT right underneath the torch you use for lighting in your treehouse. I have a hunch, though, that maybe he used this TNT to actually build the cave that he keeps his golden banana hoard in. Maybe the cave wasn't deep enough. Maybe he needed to blow it up a little bit to clear more space for it. Because, when you go inside of it, it goes up pretty far. with the giant pile of bananas. So I like to think maybe he did his own little engineering to get it like that with some TNT.
I think that's a good explanation. I mean, I literally can't think of any other reason.
Of course, this was a last-minute replacement. I don't think Rare and the DK64 team thought about it this much, because up until somewhere around October 1999, according to the leaked documents that Paul Makachek has shown off relating to Stop and Swap and Nintendo's horrified reaction to Stop and Swap, there was originally going to be a freezer, or sometimes referred to as a shower, in this corner of the Treehouse Watchtower that had Banjo and Kazooie's head on it. And we know that this would transport Donkey Kong to the area in Crystal Caves where he could then take the ice key. So I think the ice key would be stored in this freezer if you got it from Banjo-Kazooie. And, of course...
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. I just love this little story.
Yeah. And, of course, Nintendo said, no, you can't have people yank out Rare cartridges from their N64 and put in other Rare cartridges to switch around ice keys and question mark eggs. This is a bad idea, and you can't do it. And so Rare had to take it out at the last minute, hence we got the TNT and coal and the little torch. But, yeah, it was originally going to be a Banjo-Kazooie freezer where Donkey Kong would presumably keep the ice key. So...
Yeah, it's too bad. I wish they still kept this, even though it wouldn't, even though Stop and Swap was taken out, even though there was no reason for it. I just like the idea of him having a Donkey Kong or Banjo-Kazooie themed freezer.
Yeah, it's a freezer that Banjo and Kazooie gave him. Maybe it's like a housewarming gift for the Watchtower, like, oh, hey, Donkey Kong, I heard you're moving into a Watchtower. Well, let me give you a gift. Here's an old freezer. I'll put my head on it.
Just what I needed.
Oh.
For a Watchtower.
Oh, thanks, Banjo.
Well, that sounded like him mocking Banjo.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was weirdly aggressive.
Like he was mixing in a southern drawl.
Yeah, I think I just can't do silly voices.
That's okay. Not everyone can.
I know, Dustin. You knocked me out with your Dave Coulier, and it just sapped my my energy, my willpower to even try. I was like, throwing in the towel now. I'm throwing in that crusty sock. I can't match Dustin.
Now I get why you just can't sanction our buffoonery and Stream of Thieves when we're doing silly voices. I didn't realize we were making you jealous because you couldn't do it.
No, it's actually, I just hate people quoting cartoons.
We do that.
I hate people quoting cartoons and there not being any joke about it. They're like, hey, remember this?
Remember in Family Guy when little baby Stewie said this?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not for everyone.
I'm just
Maybe
a killjoy.
Someday we'll make you like it.
So yeah, the Watchtower was fun. I liked all the little references in there. I don't know where Donkey Kong poops, and I've had to rationalize all sorts of things. Like maybe underneath the Donkey Kong rug, he's got a hatch down in the tree that's a bathroom. Maybe he's got a wall panel that slides out because I think Banjo-Kazooie, their cottage, and I'll get into this when we eventually do the Gibb crib episode on Banjo's house. But we know that the stove, the kitchen in their cottage, it swirls around. There's a hidden door, and it flips around from the surprise animation on the file select screen. And I like to think on the other side of that's where Banjo's bathroom is, obviously. I mean, convenient, right? You cook the food, and then you expel the waste on the other side.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about privacy. No one even needs to know you have a bathroom at all.
And I know some of you out there were like, Hyle, just calm your tits. He's a gorilla. He poops in the jungle. I'm like, no, Donkey Kong needs indoor plumbing. Donkey Kong needs the refinement of modern life. I cannot imagine Donkey Kong being comfortable pooping in the jungle. Digging a hole.
He can't have a picture of a dolphin in a boombox and no bathroom.
Right, like priorities, right? If I'm moving in somewhere, I'm not going to be like, all right, landlord, before I sign my lease, I need to know, do you have a picture of a dolphin? Do you have a dusty gramophone? And 3, and this is the least important, do you have a toilet?
Well, I can help you with 2 out of 3 of those, and you say that's fine.
No, so I mean, you can use your imagination. He might have a bathroom hidden here somewhere. Maybe the tree is a little bit hollow, and he just like goes under the Donkey Kong rug, or maybe there's something, just out of sight somewhere.
I have an idea where it could be.
Okay, all right.
Maybe he didn't feel the need to put a bathroom here in the Watchtower because he can just walk over to Cranky's lab anytime he needs it.
Well, we know the version of Cranky's lab that appears in the Jungle Jape stage of Super Smash Bros. Games. He's got an outhouse there. Cranky just poops in the river because we see the hole on the underside of it. If you pause the game and you angle the camera, you see the poop hole where Cranky's poop just falls into the river, the Congo River.
I love that they had the idea to put that in there. They could have just easily not done that. Who's going to think to look for the poop hole? But they said, we got to put that poop hole there.
That is like the most rare thing, I think, they put into the Smash games. Just that there's
totally.
A poop hole. There is a poop hole. Like, Bar Night Trivia. What is the one Super Smash Bros. Stage that has a poop hole? You know it's Jungle Japes.
Don't worry, guys. I got this.
Yeah. I like the Watchtower. We'll rank them at the end, but the Watchtower is nice and solid. I didn't spend nearly as much time in a Watchtower just because it was a pain to get up there, which is the point. It's a Watchtower. You don't want very naughty breaking into the Watchtower to get a good vantage point of the Golden Banana Horde. Yeah. It's
well,
not...
there's also no real benefit to going in here. It's not like in DKC 1 where you get an extra life.
No, it's completely worthless, yeah. I think that's just the bad design of DK64, if we're honest, but yeah, it's fine. Let's move forward in time by, I don't know, 11 years. And let's go into Donkey Kong Country Returns and the Returns Treehouse, or as I call it, the Jungle Hut.
Ooh, Jungle Hut. Fancy.
So I call it the Jungle Hut because it's not a traditional treehouse design. Now, the Jungle Hut indisputably appears in Donkey Kong Country Returns for both the Wii and Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D for the 3DS. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze for both the Wii U and the Switch. And Mini Mario and Friends Amiibo Challenge. I know you're all thinking it. You're all about to shout it out at home. But I got to it first. And I know there are other references to the Jungle Hut. We will get into a little bit later if there are actually any plausible pieces of evidence to suggest that it is a real appearance of the Jungle Hut rather than just a reference or an homage. But those are the indisputable, in my mind, and I am a scholar when it comes to Donkey Kong. Those are the 3 major appearances of the Jungle Hut. Now, this is an African-style hut, a rondavel-shaped hut, which is an African-style circular shape, which I do like. I like that they went with a more African look, which is surprising for Retro, because Retro really went with kind of a Central American vibe for a lot of Donkey Kong Country Returns aesthetics. But they went with the African look for Donkey Kong's new Treehouse. And I appreciate that. I do. This one's kind of made of bamboo and straw. It's not made of wood. He's got the bamboo walls, and he's got the straw roof. Kind of like a thatched roof there. I like the look of this, but the one thing I really don't like about this is the giant Kong above the door. It's like a big sign that says Kong. And I don't like it, Dustin.
Yeah. Why do you not enjoy it, Hyle?
It's a bit busy, and it kind of takes away from just the general vibes of the Jungle Hut. Like the other two tree houses, the treehouse and the Watchtower, they've got the hanging signs, which I feel like complements the treehouse. It doesn't draw the eye away from the architecture of the treehouse. The giant Kong, which is in the same kind of style as the Kong letters in the game, but this is kind of a curved sign, all one piece. It just says Kong. It's red and yellow, and it just clashes with everything else. It looks tacky. It looks cheap. And I think Donkey Kong could have done a little bit better, especially because Kong could refer to anybody on this island. Oh, is this where Karate Kong lives? No, it's where Donkey Kong lives. But why did you put Kong up there? Because guess what, Donkey Kong? You're not the only Kong on this island.
What if that... Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but does it specifically say that this is Donkey Kong's new house? Does it say this is where he lives? Because part of what I was thinking when I see those Kong letters and what you were just talking about just now, what if this was just like a general hangout for the Kongs? Like, not just DK, he's like, all right, I have my house, but I'll make this kind of the Kong clubhouse. I'll put the banana hoard underneath here because I trust my friends who I've been on many adventures with over the years. They can help protect these bananas from evildoers, and this can be a place where all of us Kongs can just kind of hang out.
You know, I think that would be an acceptable interpretation, and I would actually be on board with that. I just don't think that's going to be what Nintendo pushes. Because, I don't know.
Right.
I feel like this is definitely going to be the treehouse going forward. It's the version of the treehouse we're going to see in Super Nintendo World. I think this is the treehouse from here on out. And I think this is going to be established as Donkey Kong's house first and foremost. I see a lot of people interpreting that Diddy lives here as like his roommate. I think that's a misinterpretation. Diddy hangs out there all the time because this is where Donkey Kong lives. But just because Diddy Kong was in the treehouse at the beginning of Donkey Kong Country Returns doesn't mean he lives there. Donkey Kong Wiki. Not to name any names here.
Of course not.
Of course not.
I like his TV.
Oh, well, we'll get to the TV.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just so excited about the TV. I got ahead of myself.
We haven't even talked about how he gets up there. So this is yet another treehouse that's not a treehouse. It is actually another cave house, but it's not just resting on top of the cave. The cave is a bit smaller, and you got to make do with the caves. You know, like what they present to you. You can't add more cave. You can maybe take away and hollow out the cave, but you can't really just add more cave. So what he's done is he's built this on kind of stilts a little bit on top of the cave. And to get up there, you have to bounce on a tire. It's completely revolutionizes the way you access the treehouse. Because, you know, you either climb up on little notches or you climb up a tree. Here you bounce on a tire to get up there. And, you know, it works. It works for him.
I actually like that a lot. I like taking the tire. It's a more fun way to get up to the treehouse.
Yeah, and it takes that idea from the original treehouse of just the tire in the floor, and it gives it more of a practical purpose other than wee.
Yeah.
But I do like the look of this in general. I hate the Kong lettering above it, but I like everything else about how this looks. I like that it's got a deck that extends around the entirety of the treehouse. I like that you can walk around 360 degrees around the jungle hut. And that's also, like, the rondoval shape of it really helps support that. So, yeah, I like it. And it's like, well, do I wish that Retro had just used the original treehouse? Well, I'm kind of glad they didn't. And here's why. Because the original treehouse is in a set location. Jungle Hijinks in the original game. And if you study the map screen of Donkey Kong Country Returns and you compare it to the layout of Donkey Kong Island in Rare's games, this would actually be in a completely separate area of the Congo jungle than Donkey Kong's original treehouse. So Donkey Kong's original treehouse is kind of in the, I think, southern Congo jungle, where you basically, go right into Monkey Mines. This one would be in the northern Congo jungle, up at the furthermost regions, where, you still have to go through the Congo beach and whatnot. So this is pretty far away from the original treehouse. And I like to think he moved into this one after his banana hoard had gotten stolen so many times. And I think the thing that broke Gobi's back for Donkey Kong is the Koopa Troop stealing the banana hoard in Super Smash Bros. Brawl. And he was like, even the fucking Koopas, I'm done. I am moving the banana hoard out. It is too easy a target. I need to move it to a new location. And so he moved it across the Congo and built this new one. I think he still has the other treehouse, and he still goes to it from time to time whenever, he's going home to visit Cranky. He just wants to, go back there. He still got his stuff in there, but I think this is his primary residence. He moved up north. And maybe he did that too after he became the jungle hero in DK King of Swing, which our interpretation of that is that's when Cranky officially retired as the village chieftain of Donkey Kong Island, and Donkey Kong fully took on that role from him. And so maybe he was like, I need to move to maybe show the residents of the Congo, that I'm watching out for them, even in the North Congo where we've typically ignored them. I'm moving north to for my reign.
I like that. I think that's a nice, clean way to look at it. Yeah, I do really like this treehouse as well. Oh man, it's gonna be hard to rank them later in the show. My mind's all over the place with which ones I like the best.
Ray Day is pointing out, or he thinks he's pointing out, that we missed a treehouse. No, I haven't missed any treehouse, and believe me, we will get to every treehouse. We're talking about the 3 primary treehouses of Donkey Kong first and foremost, and then we will get to the others, Ray Day. Strap yourself into the treehouse of your choice, because we are just getting started here. But yeah, this is a nice treehouse, and I like that it. Say what you will about the Kong letters, but they are the most identifiable thing about it, and so you see it and you're like, oh yeah, that's the treehouse. That's the treehouse. It's a visually consistent thing, and it keeps it visually consistent across the games. So I like it. I do like it.
Yeah, I feel like I agree. The Kong letters are a little gaudy, but I do really like the improvements, like the tire, how you get up there. Overall, I think the area underneath and around the treehouse I like better.
Yeah, I will accept that for sure.
You know what I think I would do is I think one of the reasons the Kong sign takes attention away from the rest of the house, I think it's that it's so far up in front and it's on those big stilts. I think if you just had it like a sign resting on top of the roof, I think it might feel a little more natural. To me, anyway.
Yeah, I think so. But I do love that deck, that porch, whatever you want to call it. Especially like beginning of Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, when all the Kongs come out and they're standing on it and they're like looking at the snowmats approaching. Like you wouldn't be able to do that on the other versions of the Treehouse. I mean, I guess they could all get on the deck, but I don't know. It just gives them more space. And granted, Tropical Freeze did kind of exaggerate things because it added. I think it added posts where there weren't posts before. The little like little knobs that like Diddy jumps on and Donkey's hanging on to, and then they all like hang on to them when they're blowing. I don't think there were posts there. There were posts further back in maybe the one in the front was, but they kind of fudged the one that Donkey Kong's hanging on. But whatever. You fudge things all the time in these games. So long as they're there. I don't mind if, like, you just have to squint, like I said, and, kind of, like, trick your brain into making it work. Because, K. Rool is the same size as Diddy in Donkey Kong Land, and I'm just like, oh, yeah, well, he lost weight in jail.
Perfect. You just have an explanation for everything.
I do.
You just gotta get a little creative.
You just have to think outside the bun, as they do at Taco Bell.
I get that reference. Hyle, you're so good at references.
I know, except cartoon voices, apparently.
Yeah, leave those ones to the pros.
So the interior of the Treehouse, there's some interesting things in there, but although I would say it's a little bit more sparse than his previous Treehouses. I don't think there's as much interesting bits in here. But you mentioned the TV. Yes, he does have a TV. Something that is identifiable as a TV and not some sort of weird sailboat picture. And it's an old TV too. That's what's interesting. It's a very old TV. It looks like it's a TV from it's a color TV, so I guess it would have to be from, I guess the 60s. But it is old, and I think Tropical Freeze established our old fanon that the Kongs scavenged from downed airplanes and ships. So I guess that's presumably where he got it. Was it came from human civilization and just found its way in the Rare Archipelago, and he got this TV in there. But it's an old TV with bunny ears and everything. I guess he has some sort of digital converter now, so he can keep watching TV. But, and, this has the Donkey Kong Country Returns logo on it. Don't think too hard about that, folks. And, he's got a boombox in this Treehouse, too.
He brought the boombox.
I don't know if this is the same boombox as Donkey Kong 64, or, he's a man of the 90s. He's got to have more than one boombox.
A boombox in every room.
Because it doesn't look entirely visually similar to the Donkey Kong 64 boombox. So I think it could just be a second boombox. He's got one in the Watchtower, but, that's for when he's in the Watchtower. He's got a boombox here, too. He's got two of his ties hanging in the rafters. And I guess that should be pointed out that there are rafters in this Treehouse, and he hangs stuff from them, including his ties, his clothing, his only clothing. No socks to be found here, but he's got two ties. And also for lighting, he doesn't have a torch here. He doesn't have electric lights. He has lamps strewn about that have fireflies in them. And Dustin, I have to be honest, I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about Donkey Kong capturing fireflies and imprisoning them for his own benefit. It doesn't seem true to who Donkey Kong is as a defender of nature and wildlife of his island. I don't know.
Maybe they chose to do it. Maybe they're like, "Oh, Donkey Kong, we love you, man. We're your biggest fan. Let us light up your house for you."
So you think they're
and
anthropomorphic?
DK said, "Thank you."
Fireflies.
I'm gonna say Maybe.
Way to come down on one side or the other, Dustin.
Yeah, I like to please both sides of the argument.
You're a regular Chuck Todd of Meet the Press. Am I right? You all know what I'm talking about.
We all get that.
He's got 2 giant tires again. So remember, he finally hung that tire swing in 1996 in his original Treehouse. Here he's got 2 giant tires again. The giant tires are a staple of every Treehouse he's in. He had one in the Watchtower. He's got 2 here again. They are Road Radials brand tires. And I think that's interesting. In the render of him in a tire swing from the original Donkey Kong Country, because I should point out that there were 2 renders of a tire swing outside of the Treehouse made for the original Donkey Kong Country. One of him in a tire swing and one of Diddy in a tire swing, I think. Or maybe Diddy was in it. I forget if Diddy was in a tire swing or Donkey was still in a tire swing. But it says Radials Kong on the tire. And so I think this is a slight reference to that, although it's Road Radials now is the established in-universe brand. But
yeah, I guess they rebranded it at some point.
Yeah. But he hasn't set up a tire swing here. And he's got those nice rafters, too, you would think. Right?
It would be perfect for it.
Yeah, even more perfect than it is. I mean, he had rafters in the original Treehouse, but these are some thick rafters. And he could just swing in the breeze all the livelong day. I do like there are no holes in this roof. You don't have to worry about him getting wet, getting drenched by the rain while he's in bed. No wet dreams for this Donkey Kong.
Maybe he just remembered how tough it was to just get that one at his old place up, and he's like, well, I still want a tire swing, but boy, I can't bring myself to do it again. Maybe someday. He
did hang his new hammock from the rafters.
That's true. That takes a lot out of a guy.
And this hammock is, it seems to be just cloth. It seems to be cloth on rope.
Yeah, I guess that would be more stable than a pile of foliage.
But less true to the authentic gorilla experience.
That's true. Gorillas don't sleep in cloth hammocks. Although I did see a video online of a orangutan at a zoo who made his own makeshift hammock out of a big sheet and then just slept in it and swung around.
Well, I'm sure if you provide the materials, they could go about doing it. It's like when people try to get me, they try to do their gotcha kind of brain bombs on me where they're like, Hyle, did you know that gorillas don't actually eat bananas? And I'm like, yeah, in the wild, they don't eat bananas because most gorillas, where they're indigenous, there aren't bananas readily growing. But if you give a gorilla a banana, guess what? They will love the fuck out of that banana.
Yeah, also, gorillas in real life don't talk and wear ties.
Yeah, okay, alright, but I'm just saying, because gorillas live on Donkey Kong Island and it is lousy with bananas, Dustin, they eat the bananas and I'm saying, if you...
Oh, definitely.
If you put gorillas on a tropical island lousy with bananas in real life, I'm pretty sure they would eat those bananas. They would gobble them up.
Oh, totally. I'm just saying it's like if someone comes at you with that to try to get you, that's what you go with?
Why are you always trying to get me? It's very tiring.
Yeah, Hyle didn't do anything to you. When you said people are trying to get you, I thought it was like a Bugs Bunny cartoon, like you were being hunted.
The giant beavers are always coming into my house.
We're coming to get you, Hyle.
So, underneath the hammock is Donkey Kong's new rug. And I have to say, I love this rug.
I do too. It's very nice.
It's kind of got Afrocentric patterns on it. I don't know. It's a lot more striking than his previous rugs. Like the one with the, don't get me wrong, the one with the DK on it, I would love to have for myself, but I'm a freak who loves Donkey Kong. But that original rug from his first Treehouse,
Yeah, I before you mentioned it today, I didn't even know it had like a pattern on it. I just didn't even really notice. And then his Game Boy Advance one is just kind of standard red.
Yeah, which could be the same rug as, the Super Nintendo one, just more defined or cleaned up a bit. But
Yeah,
yeah.
but this one's nice.
This is the first Treehouse, though, not to have any visible portrait of Candy. And I have to wonder if there's trouble in paradise, Dustin.
Uh-oh. DK's moved on.
The hot, repressed sexual energy between Candy and Funky has just been driving a wedge in their relationship.
I can't have a portrait of Candy in my house anymore. Not when I know she's with him.
He's got a picture of him and Diddy. Like they pose together at like those like mall like portrait things where you get in and you get like 4 pictures of you, and he like cut out one and he blew it up, and
yeah.
But it's sweet. Like he's got a picture of him and Diddy, and they're best buddies. It was originally just like this annoying kid who hung around me, and then he trained him and started to respect him, and then they became partners and not just a mentor and sidekick, master and Padawan. And no, they became spiritual uncle and nephew.
Whoa, you said it.
No, I said spiritual. Like, they think of themselves as uncle and nephew. They're just not biologically uncle and nephew, because one's a gorilla and one's a monkey.
Man, Hyle, I gotta tell you, Andrew's gonna freak.
No, because Andrew will still argue with me that I'm not going far enough with it.
That it's not biological by blood.
Yeah, but I'm like, one's a monkey and one's a gorilla. Like, they can think of themselves as like gorilla uncle and monkey nephew all the live long day, and that's what they are. They're to each other, they are uncle and nephew. But that's not like,
I believe this. I believe the exact words are nephew wannabe, which directly ties into what you're saying.
I'm just saying, like, Diddy is not Donkey Kong's brother or sister's son. Like, that's fucked. Get out of here with that shit. and even if we ignore that that's biologically impossible, because one's a monkey and one's a gorilla, and they're not the same species. They're not even close. Like, okay, one's an ape, and okay. Even if we were to ignore that would just make Diddy's whole story undermined by the nepotism. The nepotism
right.
of it. And no, Diddy earned his way
into DK's life.
Diddy is not some spoiled trust fund brat.
Right.
Right. Now, there's another framed thing in the Jungle Hut, and I honestly just noticed this for the first time doing this episode. Like, I saw it in DKCR, both, the Wii and the 3DS, but I could never make it out. And it wasn't until I got some high-res screenshots, presumably from the Chinese version, or maybe some, like, ROM that, like, gives you the more high-res images of Donkey Kong Country Returns, was I able to even parse out what this is. And I still don't know what this is. But I do...
I couldn't tell you for the life of me.
So it seems to be a banana. Maybe a golden banana from Donkey Kong 64. But it seems to be a framed picture of a banana. And then above the banana is the text that says... I think it says banana in, like, descending... like a descending font where like the B is large and then the very last A is tiny, like banana, like sort of like a comic book logo style font. But I don't know if above that, if it says the banana, like the Jungle Beat mistranslated interview, the banana, and I don't know what's in the middle. There's some sort of like red, like witch's hat or something. I don't know. I don't know what this is. And the only explanation, the only thing I can rationalize is that this is a magazine on Donkey Kong Island or in the Rare Archipelago, the banana. Like we have like these political magazines, current affairs magazines, like The Atlantic, right? Well, on Donkey Kong Island, they have a magazine called The Banana. And this might have been about the golden bananas discovered by Donkey Kong in early 1999. And Donkey Kong did an interview about it. And he had a big, like, feature article about it. And he framed this magazine because this was some great press he got.
I could see that. That's a much easier to swallow rationalization than I was thinking of.
What's that?
So, the big red in the middle, to me, looked like the number 1. So, I was wondering if it was like a portrait he had done of his very first golden banana he ever had, similar to Scrooge McDuck's number 1 dime.
Now, I like that, too. This is the very first dollar my business ever made. I'm going to frame it. This is the first paycheck I ever earned. I'm gonna put it on a plaque. That's possible. Banana 1.
Yeah, because that's the only thing I can think of that the big red thing in the middle is.
That could be the case. Banana 1. And then,
even then, that's a weird way to say it. Banana 1, there it is.
Especially with that font, that god-awful font.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I just like, in-universe contextual stuff, like, knowing what publications they have. That's why I love, like, the newspapers in Conker's Bad Fur Day. Like, I like knowing what they read. Like, maybe that's what Cranky is reading in Tropical Freeze when he breaks out the newspaper. It's like, oh, let's see what's happening in Willow Woods. Let's see what's happening in the Panther Kingdom today. Oh, inflation. that damn Conker. That damn King Conker.
It's always something with that guy.
Oh, I'm gonna blame gas prices on Conker. Anyway, so, like... Yeah, it could be the Banana magazine. It could be Donkey Kong's very first banana. There's no way to know. And we could ask Retro, but they probably won't answer my emails.
Yeah, I kind of like that it could go either way. I gotta say, I do like your explanation for the exact same reason you said. But, you know, I would be satisfied either way.
Yeah. So would I, honestly. Any which way but loose. It's also a movie with an ape in it.
Wow! You had that one. Were you just waiting to break that one out?
No, I'm just quick on my feet.
Wow. That's why they call you Hyle Russell.
No, I'm quick on my feet because I can't wait to get out of these crusty socks.
You only have the one pair. You can't spring for another, so you gotta multitask with them.
So we then see the interior of the jungle hut in the beginning of Tropical Freeze. And it's Donkey Kong's birthday. You know, happy birthday, Donkey Kong. He's moved in a large table in the middle of it. And, I guess, you know, maybe this table was always there. It was just on the other side of the jungle hut, and he moved it into the center. Retro did fudge some things. Because they wanted the nice dramatic shot of, like, all 4 Kongs around the table. And so they made the interior of the jungle hut seem much smaller in the opening of Tropical Freeze just to help sell the visual. So, again, you have to take some of this at face value. You have to, like, just accept that it feels smaller at the beginning of Tropical Freeze, but it's much larger, like in Returns. But you see the TV, you see the portrait of him and Diddy, but it's on a different part of the wall. He could, we know Donkey Kong likes to rearrange furniture all the time, so he probably just rearranged it. He probably put it up next to the wall, pushed his TV over, or maybe, and he probably had to move some things around, pushing the table in for his birthday. So the boombox is now on the other side of the door. We know that.
There's no arguing that one.
I really like this table, though. This table is basically like a tree stump. It's like it's a big tree stump, or it's like
I think I like that they have their own personalized glasses too, like Diddy's. Well, I guess glasses wouldn't be the right word. I guess cups, liquid containment,
wooden cups. Yeah, Diddy has his stars on it. That actually speaks to maybe your theory that this is just the communal Kong treehouse. And, they've got their, like, cups like, hey, don't drink out of my fucking cup. It's got my symbol on it.
It's got my 2 stars on it. I'll know if you drink out of this cup.
Like, what the hell, Lanky? Does that have grapes on it? No, it has stars. Stay in your lane.
Oh, I was gonna say stay in your lane. You beat me to it.
Now, before we move on from the interior of the jungle hut, there's one other thing I have to point out. In Donkey Kong Country Returns, just like in Tropical Freeze, you can unlock concept art. And, we talked in our Juicy Jungle episode, the Destination DKU look at Juicy Jungle, Dustin, that concept art can arguably be canon or present a kernel of truth in it that can be applied to canon. And I was looking at the concept art of the interior of the jungle hut, and a lot of it made it into the final game. So, a little bit different order, but we got the giant tires, we got the boombox on the barrel, we've got the old 1960s TV, we've got the hammock, we've got the 2 ties hanging from the rafters, we've got the firefly lamps. But what is on the wall, Dustin? Look at the concept art and tell me what you see on the wall.
Oh, I'm looking right at it, Hyle, and I believe, if my eyes aren't tricking me once again, that is the sailboat portrait.
It's that fucking sailboat picture that even Rare had no idea what it was. And so they got rid of it in the GBA games. Retro toyed with bringing back the damn sailboat picture, putting it above the hammock. Ultimately, they said, nah. But it made it into the concept art, which made it into the game. And that suggests to me, maybe, Donkey Kong moved the sailboat picture into the jungle hut. And it's on the other side of the jungle hut that we cannot see.
Yeah, I think so.
I love that.
He just can't let that portrait go. I also love it.
And I love that it is, in its own way, persevering. It kind of snuck into. It kind of made its way into Donkey Kong Country Returns, even if it didn't make its way into Donkey Kong Country Returns. It's there if you know where to look.
Yeah, right, because I'm not going to make this a big thing, but I do kind of wish the retro games maybe had a little more, like a few more references to the classic Rare games. And so I like that this sailboat picture, they at least had in mind for this concept art.
Yeah, and look, without putting too fine of a point on it, if Super Nintendo World's real-life rendition of the Jungle Hut doesn't have a sailboat portrait in it with a moving fish, I might burn the whole park to the ground. And I don't want authorities to come after me if the entire park does burn to the ground, just because I said this on this podcast.
Yeah, so you better have that boat picture in there. I don't want my friend Hyle to go to prison. You're going to be directly responsible if that picture's not there.
A lot is at stake right now, and
we just raised the stakes. They had no idea.
It's just one sailboat picture with a moving fish. How hard could it be? You're making a whole minecart roller coaster and you can't do that?
Where are your priorities?
Alright, so the Jungle Hut has appeared, or at least has appeared in places where it's implied to be the Jungle Hut, but I would say it logically cannot be the Jungle Hut. And the very first one that comes to mind, Dustin, is Mario Kart 7, Mario Kart 8, and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Because what looks to be the Jungle Hut appears on the track, but here's the thing. It appears in a location that in no way resembles jungle hijinks of Donkey Kong Country Returns, or homecoming hijinks of Tropical Freeze, where it does appear in the background. And most damning of all, there is no cave underneath it.
Coming up out of the water.
Yeah, and you know, I briefly entertained the idea, well, maybe the cave was destroyed, maybe things have moved, but this is also just far too close to the Golden Temple for it to really logically work as Donkey Kong's Treehouse. So, I don't know if this is a second Jungle Hut or what this is. But this isn't the only time we see this phenomenon occurring. Because in Mario Golf World Tour, the Jungle Hut, or what's supposed to be the Jungle Hut, appears again in the DK Jungle Golf Course. However, this time, it is a treehouse, a proper treehouse. It is in the middle of a large branching tree, actually on the enormous roots of it, in the middle of the golf course, flanked by screaming pillars. There's no way this can be the same Jungle Hut. And there's no way this can be the same Jungle Hut as Mario Kart.
Yeah. Like, I guess it's safe to just assume they just made, you know, a lookalike to fit the theming. You know, they're like, we want this golf course to represent our good friend Donkey Kong. Let's get a fake treehouse in there. So just to fit the theme of the course. Donkey Kong, this one's for you.
Yeah, the best I can figure is that, you know, the golf course, of course there's Congo Canopy elsewhere in the Congo Jungle. The Congo Jungle has a couple golf courses, but, you know, they established DK Jungle as like a big touristy hotspot. Maybe Donkey Kong implemented this after he became Jungle Hero, and he was like, we need more incentives to visit the Congo. Let's do another golf course. And environmentally friendly, right? There's not going to be any horrible runoff from this one. So the DK Jungle course, they're like, if this is a very touristy golf course, we want people to have the full Donkey Kong Island experience. And so there is like a clubhouse that's made to look like Donkey Kong's home. And maybe the Mario Kart track, they were like the Mario Kart race stewards, the head honchos of Mario Kart, they came to Donkey Kong and they're like, we want to have another track, we want to have another race on Donkey Kong Island. Do you want to use the Jungle Parkway again? And like, no, let's do a new course around the Golden Temple. And maybe, you know, they built this as a place for, I don't know, the, like, camera crews to operate out of, and it's just a place to promote Donkey Kong Island. Like, you know, hey, this is like a little minuscule representation of the broader Congo, putting this there as kind of a little signifier, a little reminder. I realize this is all horseshit because the implication by the developers is this is where Donkey Kong lives, and we're not really going to give a damn if we're just saying he lives on this golf course or he lives above this when it doesn't match the other games. Because this is the way Nintendo rolls, more or less. Look at Peach's Castle. This is something that Rare is really good about, generally. This is something that Nintendo is very bad about. And the longer time goes on, the more we will see this kind of nonsense. and we will have to come up with further rationalizations. Like, well, that's not Donkey Kong's Jungle Hut. That's just a methadone clinic that Donkey Kong instituted to help get, drug addict monkeys clean and sober.
Man, what a guy, that Donkey Kong.
I'm just going to say buckle up. The next 20 years of DK Vine, we're going to go to some interesting places. Mario Party 10 had that weird Donkey Kong amiibo board. You remember that?
No, I never played it.
Okay, so the Mario Party 10 had that weird Donkey Kong amiibo board. And it's just this little shitty board that you get for using the Donkey Kong amiibo. Anyway, it's got a bunch of little landmarks on it from Donkey Kong Country Returns, and the Jungle Hut's on there. But it's just a shitty little amiibo board. It's not actually supposed to be any real location. It's just like, oh look, a little model of Donkey Kong's Jungle Hut.
Yeah, it's like the equivalent of buying a board game or something.
Exactly, like buying Donkey Kong Country Pog and seeing Donkey Kong's Treehouse on Donkey Kong Country Pog.
Yeah, you don't you don't take the Pog and say, well, that's not Donkey Kong's real treehouse.
Donkey Kong's Treehouse does appear on the Pog board of Donkey Kong Country Pog, by the way.
Yeah, but you don't look at it and say, well, that's not the real treehouse. It's on top of a cave, not on a little cardboard circle.
Yeah, although on the Pog board, it is on its proper cave. And again, I should point out that the Pog board here, Dustin. Let me show you the.
I'd love to see.
Yeah, the Pog board. I'll put it right here for you in our show notes, and you can take a look there. But it's actually a full glimpse of the treehouse. I said like Diddy Kong Pilot's 2003 build was the only time we saw the full thing, but no, here we go. Again, this suggests to me that I guess Rare did have an internal like design sheet or something that showed what Donkey Kong's Treehouse looked like if it stayed consistent like this. Now, I see like a chimney on it, on the Pog board or something. I don't know what this little thing is on the roof. That's not accurate. But,
yeah, wow, I had never seen, like, the actual boards before. I had seen the Pogs before, but I'd never seen, like, the artwork on these boards. I love these.
Yeah, no, it's great artwork. It's, like, hand-drawn, but in the style of Rare, so you get some original poses there. It's actually a lovely...
That's not something you get to see very often with the Rare-styled Kongs, is nice 2D illustrations.
Also interesting, and this has nothing to do with the treehouse, but notice the balloon on the Pog board.
Ooh, I see it.
It's a red balloon, but it's not in the shape of Donkey Kong's head. It looks like the balloons from Retro's games.
Wow, do you think that's where they got the idea from this Pog board? They said, we'll make the balloons look like that.
I think Michael Kelbau never liked Donkey Kong Country, the video game. He was a big fan of Donkey Kong Country, the Pog pitching game.
I guess we can make a video game version of this.
And it was like, Michael, it was a video game. He was like, what? No, it's the classic Pog pitching game. I was like, nobody tell him. Nobody let on.
I think my favorite of these Donkey Kong Pogs is the one that just says, wham, wham.
Wham, wham, thank you, ma'am, is what Donkey Kong says to a sock.
His classic catchphrase. They kind of phased it out over the years.
So, those are the references to the Jungle Hut that aren't the Jungle Hut, that in no way can be the Jungle Hut, unless the Jungle Hut is on wheels and he just gets it around to various sporting events. But there have been other tree houses that have appeared across the DKU. And the big question is whether or not any of these tree houses belong to Donkey Kong. That rhymes.
These are kind of the dubious ones you were talking about?
These are the edge cases, and you will see on fan wikis, like Mario Wiki or Donkey Kong Wiki, you will see these always ascribed to Donkey Kong. Like, this is Donkey Kong's Treehouse. This is Donkey Kong's Treehouse. This is Donkey Kong's Treehouse. And I think even in some of these cases, that wasn't even the developer's intention. I think that is fans just assuming this is how Nintendo operates. And so they're applying the Peach's Castle logic to any wooden structure that is on Donkey Kong Island. Oh, that's Donkey Kong's Treehouse. And we're going to set the record straight here, Dustin. And we're going to go down the list one by one. Not necessarily in order of release, but we are starting in chronological order at the very least, with one of the most forgotten tree houses, the Yoshi's Island DS Treehouse.
Ooh, deep cut.
It's a very deep cut because it appears at the beginning of Yoshi's Island DS when Bowser's, I guess baby Bowser in this case, the OG, Bowser as a baby, when his minions, the nascent Koopa troop, are abducting the star babies, the prophesized, like, messiahs of the Mushroom Kingdom. They're going around, and you see them, like, abduct Baby Peach from the castle. You see them abduct Mario and Luigi from their mushroom family's home before, they were taken to Brooklyn and adopted there. And you see Baby Donkey Kong being taken from what's presumably Donkey Kong Island. It's never really spelled out, but it is a forest. It is some sort of like rainforest. It's some hut, some tree house in the canopy of the rainforest. And you see, what do you call these Koopas that hover in the air?
Are they toadies? I think they're called like Kamek's toadies.
Toadies, yes. It's a toady taking away baby Donkey Kong in a sack. And this is Donkey Kong's very first hammock, Dustin. This time he was carried by a toady in a sack.
He said, "Hey, this ain't too bad."
And we're not going to get into the whole Yoshi's Island DS continuity debate. Who baby Donkey Kong is it baby modern Donkey Kong? Is it the missing generation Donkey Kong? Is it baby Cranky? I know every fan out there has their own idea. I think developer intention is clearly that it's the baby modern Donkey Kong, and you can make the case that Donkey Kong Jr. represents the midpoint between baby Donkey Kong and adult Donkey Kong if you believe that Donkey Kong Jr. is the modern Donkey Kong. But we're not here to come down one side or another on the baby Donkey Kong debate. What we're talking about, Dustin, is the Treehouse.
The Treehouse from Yoshi's Island DS, you mean? The one you were just talking about?
The one I was just talking about, yes.
I mean, it doesn't really look like it, but I mean, obviously they could have just changed how it looks over time.
Well, I don't think this is Donkey Kong's original Treehouse. I think, hear me out, I think this is the original, the first home. Okay, so let's just assume, I know I said we weren't going to come down on the identity, but I kind of sort of have to posit this idea, this theory. What if this Treehouse was the starter home of a young Donkey Kong Sr. and the lovely lady who would eventually mature into Wrinkly Kong? What if this was their newlywed home that they lived in before they moved into the cabin, Cranky's cabin? What if this was their little humble
I think that makes perfect
home?
sense.
Yeah. And maybe after the toady, traveled through that warp pipe and came to Donkey Kong Island, and to steal their baby, maybe they were like, "This isn't safe. We need to fortify," and they moved into the cabin. But yeah, this is a little. This is almost a rondoval shape as well. It's at least it's round, but it looks like it's almost made out of tree branches. Like
yeah. I was thinking exactly the same thing.
Yeah. It's interesting. I like the idea that it could be their starter home. If this is Baby Cranky, then maybe this is where he grew up. You know, there's a lot of possible interpretations there. Like if Baby Donkey Kong is that missing generation, Cranky's biological son that would then father the modern Donkey Kong, you know, this could still be their starter home. I don't know, but
Yeah.
either way, you know, this is an important piece of Donkey Kong history. And
An
Yoshi's
often overlooked important
often
piece.
overlooked because a lot of people just like to gloss over Yoshi's Island DS because what does it do to the canon? You know,
Yeah.
it doesn't elegantly fit. You have to really, you know, you really have to stretch things to make it work. But anyway, that brings us to Super Smash Brothers Melee. In the treehouse, not even a treehouse because it's on the fucking ground. It's the one scene in what eventually became known as Congo Falls. And
I love Congo Falls. It's always been one of my favorite Smash stages.
I love Congo Falls because it's one of those, like, slices of life. Like, I feel like I'm just deep in the Congo jungle, like, overlooking the Congo River where, you know, it cascades down into the Congo Falls. It feels like a magical spot. It's where I would just hang out, have a little picnic, just take it in, meditate, really get in touch with nature. And, you know, of course, you know, you just smack around plumbers and Pokemon here, but, yeah, there's that little, home in the background there, and people are like, that's Donkey Kong's treehouse. Well, it kind of looks like the treehouse in that it's a wooden structure with a door and windows, and it's got, like, a window above the door, but it's not a round window, it's a square window. But besides, like, looking vaguely similar to the original treehouse, it has nothing in common with the original treehouse, including the location, the lack of a banana hoard. I think this is just a home on Donkey Kong Island that somebody else lives in.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be any Kong's home. This could be Lanky Kong's house.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it could be where Lanky Kong lives. Of course, I like to think that Lanky Kong lives on Utan Island, which is that little island that we visit in Vine Valley where Orangutan Gang is. Utan Island comes from the German Donkey Kong 64 website, claims that Lanky is from Utan Island, and of course there is that little offshore islet where you go in the jungle. It's just off the coast of Vine Valley with Orangutan Gang, and anyway, I like to think that's where Lanky is from, but I digress. You know, could be anybody. Could be
Yeah.
Could be Redneck Kong's farm.
Finally.
But yeah, I like the idea that this is just somebody who lives above Congo Falls, and it's not Donkey Kong. Every house doesn't have to be Donkey Kong's. There are many residents of Donkey Kong Island.
Yeah, exactly. And I would assume other houses would look similar to this.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be a shared architecture type across Donkey Kong Island.
Yeah.
Some of them will look like the Jungle Hut. Some of them will look like the original Treehouse or the Watchtower. Some of them will look like the homes we see in Barrel Blast, you know, across the jungle. Nobody claims that those are Donkey Kong's Treehouses because there's multiple versions of them.
They're all Donkey Kong's treehouse.
I think to say that they're all Donkey Kong just makes Donkey Kong Island, and by extension the world and the shared universe, just feel so much smaller and more pathetic.
Yeah.
Like, it's a big,
Agreed.
big island. Hell, it's a big jungle on this big island. There are many people who live there. So Congo Canopy, the aforementioned Congo Canopy from Mario Golf Toadstool Tour. It is the original golf course on Donkey Kong Island. It is high up in the trees. It is impractical, it is dangerous, it is stupid, and I love it. Because, of course, the Kongs would put a golf course in the jungle canopy. That's just, like, their extreme way of thinking. They're like, well, what would be the most badass place to put a golf course? Let's do it. because, you know, the Kongs are basically always thinking with the logic of a mid-90s Mountain Dew commercial. So...
Right. And that includes putting a golf course in the jungle.
Right. So there is a treehouse, and this is a legitimate treehouse because it is up in the trees. There's a treehouse that appears in hole 10 of Congo Canopy, and it looks similar to the one from Smash Melee and, of course, Donkey Kong's original treehouse. But again, it's vaguely different in different ways. It's got like smaller door. It's still got like square windows. It does look very similar to the one from Melee, but it's a little bit different. And of course, the location is completely different. And you have to go up these very rickety wooden planks as stairs to get up to it. It looks deadly as hell, even risking it. But I like to think, because this is on the golf course, I mentioned that the Jungle Hut facsimile in World Tour is just the clubhouse, right? For the golf course clubhouse for that golf course. Well, same. This is where golfers take a break. This is where they have a beer, watch some TV, hang out, maybe buy some new golfing merch. Prosthetic golfing fingers were all the rage during this time.
Yeah, one other reason this can't be Donkey Kong's treehouse is DK's treehouse is often made of wooden planks, while this is made of full, like, wooden logs.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a cabin.
It's like an Abe Lincoln house.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't
exactly.
I don't mean a grave.
Technically, any place could be a grave.
So anyway, the next house we're going to discuss may not even be a treehouse. I'm talking about the house that Donkey Kong is chilling in Mario vs. Donkey Kong's opening scene.
Do we never see the outside of this house in that game, do we? It's only this inside scene.
Yeah, we never see the exterior. We only see one wall. Donkey Kong is on like a comfy chair. Like this is like a full on, like, it's not like a lazy boy, but it's almost like a little love seat. It's like a green love seat that Donkey Kong is just sprawled on. He's got a portrait of a banana bunch on the wall, and he's got piles of bananas surrounding himself on both sides of the love seat, and he's got a TV with bunny ears and a big remote control with one fucking button.
It's like a cartoon remote control, like a Dexter's Lab. You just need the one button for it.
And, you know, I've seen, like, Mario Wiki refer to this as Donkey Kong's treehouse, and I'm like, hold up, this looks nothing like any established treehouse, because the love seat alone is just ridiculous, and the window is completely off, and the, like, I don't know, this looks less like a rustic treehouse and more like a regular house. In my opinion. And so here's my theory on this. And I developed this when I first played Mario vs. Donkey Kong during my Slush Fun series. I think this is Donkey Kong's Mushroom Kingdom house. I think somewhere maybe around early or late, maybe late 2003, when Diddy started coming with Donkey Kong to the Mushroom Kingdom for things like Mario Golf and then Mario Kart Double Dash. I think Mario and Donkey Kong were such close friends by this point that Mario used his pool with the royal family, you know, gave him that castle. And Mario's like, you know, it's ridiculous, Donkey Kong. You're coming to the Mushroom Kingdom so much and you're staying in a hotel. You have to, like, spend all your money on, you know, sleeping at these hotels. You need a permanent place to live while you're in the Mushroom Kingdom. I've got a gift for you. I bought you a small house you and the other Kongs can stay in whenever you're go-karting or playing golf or playing tennis. Whatever you're doing here, whatever invite I give you, and you show up to beat my ass because you're so amazing at everything, here you can lay your head. And this is Donkey Kong's Mushroom Kingdom vacation house.
Hyle, I gotta be perfectly honest, that absolute bullshit nonsense idea you just had just made me like Mario way more than anything they've ever done in the games.
Well, it makes it even more tragic then that Donkey Kong is visiting. He's just going on a Mushroom Kingdom vacation. I need to get away, right? Vacation, had to get away. Oh, I was.
We went to different.
I was going to the Go-Go's. Anyway, and so Donkey Kong is like, oh, my good friend Mario gave me this house, this Kong timeshare that we can all just go to whenever we need to get away from the hustle and bustle of the Congo jungle. And he was watching TV, and a commercial for Mario's toy company and the mini Mario figures aired, and the unethical advertising agency used subliminal advertising to make Donkey Kong so fucking thirsty for those mini Mario figures that it basically brainwashed him and turned him into a mad person trying to get mini Mario figures. He ransacked the factory. He fought his good friend Mario because he was under the influence of mind control. All because his good friend Mario gifted him this house. They would have never come to blows if this hadn't happened, Dustin. So I think just having this interpretation gives Mario versus Donkey Kong the much needed pathos and sense of tragedy that I don't think the game itself successfully communicated.
I agree with 100% of all that crazy stuff you just said.
But no, doesn't it make you feel better that when the Kongs are in the Mushroom Kingdom for like Battle League, that they have a place to stay?
Totally, 100%. And like I said, it does make me like Mario more knowing that he's that nice a guy. He's like, yo, Donkey Kong, you're my friend. Here, have a nice house.
Yeah, I feel bad because I'm always pulling you away from your island because, you know, I want to play basketball. Here's a place you can live. I'm shagging the princess, so, you know, I have enough money to just throw around at my friends. Here you go.
Here, we even put up a nice portrait of bananas for you.
We know you love bananas, and he probably brings bananas with him from his banana hoard.
He thinks that's all Donkey Kong's about. He's like, look, I have other interests. I have socks and books, but I guess I appreciate the sentiment anyway.
But no, like when you go out of town and you stay at a hotel, isn't it interesting watching the TV in a strange location? You're like, what are the channels like here?
Oh, man. Hyle, recently, me and my dad went on a one-night vacation. We went to see a concert, and we stayed at a little place, a little inn, and they had, like, 10 channels. And all of them were playing the news. It sucked.
When I was in the Dominican Republic, I was just mesmerized by the channels. And they were all in Spanish. I didn't, you know, I only know very rudimentary words in Spanish. So,
right.
I was lost, but I was transfixed. I watched, the new Tron movie. Well, the most recent Tron movie. Tron Legacy, was it?
Yeah.
Watched the entire thing in Spanish. And I loved
awesome.
it. I loved it.
Yeah, that's great. That would be way more interesting. Just seeing like a different culture, what they have on their TV. I could see Donkey Kong being interested in Mushroom Kingdom channel.
Yeah, absolutely. If I was in a different dimension, full of mushroom people, I'd be like, what's their TV like here?
What do they watch to relax?
And keep in mind, this was before streaming. So, you know, of course he would watch the local channels. He wouldn't just watch whatever the Mario equivalent of Netflix or Disney Plus or HBO Max is.
Right.
Yeah. Or Peacock.
That's the only one they have in the Mushroom Kingdom.
Donkey Kong Country 2 GBA. I left this one out when we were talking about the GBA trilogy because there is what looks to be the treehouse at the beginning of the game when the Kongs are on the beach. And it looks like the representation of the treehouse from the map screen of Donkey Kong Country, where it's not up on the Banana Horde cave. But this scene plays out, and it's on the beach, and, well, we know Donkey Kong's treehouse isn't on the beach, and we know there's a Banana Horde cave there. So I discredit this as an actual appearance of Donkey Kong's original treehouse. I think this is a separate house, like the Super Smash Bros. Melee situation, and it just so happens to be on the beach. It might not even be a home. It might be a
beach house,
a restaurant or something.
Oh, or that, yeah.
Yeah, like a place you can get dwanks. You can get a little tipsy. You can get a little drink with an umbrella in it. Donkey Kong's got a drink that he's sipping from in his chair, and he probably got it from this place.
Yeah, Drinky Kong runs it.
Right? Yeah. Oh man, Drinky Kong, my favorite unseen Donkey Kong character now.
Man, Retro never adds any new Kongs. They make it look so hard. I just broke one out like it was nothing.
You know, they really should consult us more because we have probably 80 to 90 wonderful ideas every episode of the Kongversation. And I feel like they're just going to waste. They're spilling like Donkey Kong seed into a crusty sock.
Jesus. Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better myself.
I don't think anybody could have.
But I do agree that is probably the best explanation for it. Just a little place by the beach. They can get refreshments. They can relax when they don't want to swim, when they want to get out of the sun a little bit.
Yeah, when I was doing the slush fund for DKC to GBA, I said it was a Joe's Crab Shack. But I think it could just be a Donkey Kong Island establishment. It doesn't have to be a chain restaurant. It's not like a Bubba Gump Shrimp or whatever you would see on the boardwalks of the U.S. beaches. But yeah, I mean, I think like developer intention, they're probably like, we're just going to replicate. We need to portray the beach, but we have never portrayed the Congo beach in a game. We've only talked about it in the instruction manuals. So the best way to do that would be to take the map screen of Donkey Kong Country and kind of elongate it and like isolate it, and we're gonna just keep Donkey Kong's treehouse there. That's not exactly what happened, but I think that was the intention. But this is one case where developer intention contradicts with established canon so hard because there's no Banana Horde cave.
Yeah, it's just in a totally different spot.
Yeah, and you could say, well, maybe this is just them on the map screen, and you just kind of have to accept it. And it's like, no, I like the idea that it's a beach restaurant / bar / whatever.
Yeah, like you said earlier, just all of these locations just being DK's treehouse just limits things so much. I love the idea that there's other places in this world, just other buildings, I guess. They don't all have to be DK's owned property.
It's like, I'm sure they have a Target or some sort of equivalent on Donkey Kong Island. Like, where else do they get their socks from and their dishes and like they're matching?
Yeah, they don't just materialize.
They're matching bed sets and tablecloths and curtains.
Yeah, they have a Bed Bath and Beyond somewhere in the jungle.
Mario Party 7. You wouldn't expect to see a possible treehouse in Mario Party 7, but Mario Party 7, this is the era of Mario Party where Donkey Kong was not a playable character. He was hosting his own space on the boards. It was a very dark time for Donkey Kong fans because the loyalist, the absolutist, the completionist. We had to buy Mario Party games, so we couldn't play as Donkey Kong. We just had to hope we landed on his space on the board. Oh my god.
It's the only way to see my good friend Donkey Kong.
But Mario Party 7 had some interesting Donkey Kong mini games, because here they seem to actually be set in the Congo jungle. And we had two in particular, one called Jump, Man. Did you get it?
Oh, I get it all right.
And one called Vine Country. And what looks to be Donkey Kong's Treehouse, or what developer intent says is Donkey Kong's Treehouse, appears in both. It looks vaguely similar, once again, to the original Treehouse, but more along the lines of the one that appeared in Smash, sort of. But again, there are differences. There are too many differences for it to be that one. There's a big DK emblem on the door, and it's flanked by DK barrels. Interestingly, there's a little, like, flower garden on the front deck of this one. And I'm like, that's interesting that there's a flower garden, but I don't think this could be Donkey Kong's Treehouse. I think this is just a station Donkey Kong built for himself to be the finish line of these Donkey Kong mini-games.
Right. I will say I am pretty impressed that they got it looking this close to Donkey Kong's actual Treehouse. There are differences, but, like, I don't know, I guess I just wouldn't have expected Mario Party to have a DK Treehouse that looked, like, even close to what it normally looks
Especially
like.
this era, this era of Mario Party where they just didn't give a shit about Donkey Kong.
Exactly. But, like, look, it has the window above the door. It's a different shape, but still the fact that they got that, it's a little impressive.
It's a little impressive. And you know, I think the fact that there are, like, the ribbons, the pendants, I don't know, I don't know what you call it, but it's very clearly, like, designed to look like the finish line of something.
Yeah.
So I think Donkey Kong just put this here as a place for the contestants of Mario Party to chill out at the end. It's like, hey, you made it, you won the mini game, come inside, I've got a mini fridge stocked with ciders and sparkling water, and you know, take it easy. I don't know.
He said let's DK this game up a little bit.
Yeah, this isn't the original Treehouse, and I don't think Donkey Kong ever really fully lived here. But this was made for the express purposes of Jumpman and Vine Country.
Yeah, it was made to fit the theme of these games, of this big party.
Right. And that brings us to what Ray Day Pinball was asking about. Ray Day, you still with us? We've been going for over 3 hours now, so I
never would have guessed a podcast about DK's Treehouse would go past 3 hours. We're not even done yet.
I told those skeptics at the beginning that we would do it. And
I said, you're a madman, Hyle, a madman, and you proved me wrong.
Diddy Kong Racing DS. Now, we view at DK Vine, we view Diddy Kong Racing DS to be a separate canonical adventure from the original Diddy Kong Racing. There are many reasons for this, but that's neither here nor there. You're just going to have to trust us, faithful listeners. But Diddy Kong Racing DS does play out the traditional Diddy Kong Racing story in a cinematic at the beginning of the game, which is really cool. And we see Diddy Kong getting a letter from Timber. We see him getting Squawks to, go get help. And we see Diddy Kong doing this on the deck of a treehouse. And I see people all the time saying this is Donkey Kong's Treehouse. And I'm like, are you just overlooking the obvious here? Donkey Kong's not in Diddy Kong Racing. This isn't his game. Donkey Kong has nothing really to do with Diddy Kong Racing.
Right.
This is Diddy Kong's Treehouse.
Yeah, I thought that would have been obvious considering Diddy's the one sitting on the ledge here.
And there are, and I don't know if this is like Diddy's childhood home where he like lives with his parents, or if Diddy Kong Racing DS does take place in 2007 as opposed to 1997. If this is where Diddy moved out of, this is his own like starter home that he's moved out on his own. Maybe he lives here with Dixie even. That would make sense considering Dixie is in Diddy Kong Racing DS. Maybe he and Dixie have shacked up at this point. But either way, this is where Diddy lives. And is our only look at where Diddy actually lives. And it's kind of similar to Donkey Kong's Treehouses, but there is an actual ladder going up to it. And it almost looks to me, Dustin, and I don't know if this is just me seeing things or if this is the actual intent, but it almost looks like a broken piece of minecart track that Diddy has like put up as a ladder to climb.
Ooh, I can totally see that.
It's hard to tell with these very, very janky DS graphics. But, Diddy's Treehouse, it doesn't have the window above the door. It's just, we don't really see anything inside of it. So there are no real, like, awesome details to make out. But, yeah, this is where Diddy lives.
I kind of wish there were some stuff inside to see, just seeing how Diddy decorates, but I like just knowing that Diddy has a place to live.
Right? That he's not just, living in the gutter. He's not living on Skidda's Row.
Yeah, I care about Diddy's well-being.
So yeah, that Diddy's Treehouse, I will fight anybody on that point. This is where Diddy lives. One, it doesn't look anything like Donkey Kong's Treehouses from any of the games. And
two, Donkey Kong's not even there.
Yeah, and it's Diddy's game, and the Diddy Kong Racing story establishes Diddy's house, and this is what we're seeing. And so, yeah, it's where Diddy lives. End of debate.
Yeah, if you don't like it, you can just deal with it.
So, those are all of the appearances of Treehouses in actual video games thus far. However, Dustin, and you said we're not done. Boy, howdy, we are just getting started. Treehouses,
oh my goodness,
have appeared in non-game media as well. And we talked about the Pog Pitchin' game already, so we don't have to go over that again.
Oh, thank God.
But we're going to start at I think the very first depiction of a Donkey Kong's Treehouse not in a video game was at the 1994 Consumer Electronics Show. And this is the famous animatronic treehouse that has what looks to be Donkey Kong furiously masturbating in a sock. Now, I don't know how to describe this to people if they haven't seen the video or the GIF/GIF that we've made, but this is a pretty faithful depiction of Donkey Kong's Treehouse. There are some liberties taken. It's got a window in the front as opposed to the side, and but everything else is pretty much identical. It's got the round window up top. It's got the hanging DK sign. It's on a cave. It's on the banana-hoarding cave. Vitally important thing. And it was an animatronic version of the treehouse that shook with Donkey Kong making noises. And you see Donkey Kong's silhouette through that window. And he's shaking back and forth. The whole treehouse is a-rockin', so don't come a-knockin'. And it looks basically like Donkey Kong's humping vigorously. And I know you're thinking, Hyle, just stop being lewd. Hyle, stop making everything about sex. You are a filthy-minded pervert, and I've just about had enough of you and your Donkey Kong podcast that's not suitable for the whole family.
I had my kids listening to this, thought we were going to have a nice family time, and you have to go and make it filthy.
But Dustin, look at what I provided you. Look at this image and tell me what that looks like.
You know, it's so funny you say this, Hyle, because my mind, when I first saw this, my mind did not go to masturbation.
No, it looks like full-on sexual intercourse.
What my mind went to was I thought they wanted this to be like the Alfred Hitchcock movie Rear Window, where you're looking up into Donkey Kong's treehouse and you see Donkey Kong committing a grisly murder.
Oh, okay. So...
But I like the masturbation idea more. That's more in character, I think.
As we've clearly established.
But let me just say, I adore this tree. I think this is so cool, and I wish that I could have been there to see it. I think this is just awesome.
I wish I had this. I wish I owned it. Like, it's infuriating to me because I don't know where any of this wound up.
Yeah.
Because we know, like, Rare, when they commission stuff for these trade shows, it usually winds up back in Twycross. It's on display at Manor Park. And all this stuff on the Nintendo side of things, we have no idea where it wound up.
Yeah. Like those, like that Wario animatronic?
Yeah. Or...
Who knows?
Or the Treehouse depiction at the 1994 Winter Consumer Electronics Show around the time that Donkey Kong Country was released. They had a smaller depiction of the Treehouse, which was a little bit more faithful to the game, except they used the actual DK emblem on the hanging sign rather than the game's D.K. And this one's a bit smaller, and it's got enormous statues of Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong. Diddy Kong's on the roof on this chimney that was on the Pog Pitching game that appears on this, that doesn't appear in the game itself. And we've got Donkey Kong standing next to it with a big bushel of bananas in his hand. Big bunch of bananas.
Yeah, I gotta say, that's kind of throwing me off, seeing Diddy and DK not to scale. They can't even fit through that door.
They can't. That's nonsense. What's even the point of a treehouse if you can't fit through the door?
It's for display purposes only. It's so interesting to me that this was the same year. This was 1994. It's interesting to me that they made two separate DK treehouses for two separate shows in the same year. They could have just reused the first one.
This is why we call this the Golden Age, Dustin.
You didn't just get one treehouse and you were happy with what you got. No, you got multiple treehouses throughout the year.
What's also wild is the door is identical in both of these treehouse depictions, and you don't see a door in the game. But looking back at the render of the exterior of the treehouse that is actually in the key art for this episode on YouTube and SoundCloud, that is the same door seen in the render. So they clearly modeled it after Rare's own artwork.
Yeah. I love it. Even though I kind of prefer the first one, it just this one feels a little more
chintzy.
Yeah, a little more like synthetic. A little like, oh, isn't this a cute little Donkey Kong little cabin?
Right.
While the first one feels more real.
The second one is for kids. The first one is full-throated fucking for adults.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much exactly what I was going to say. But I'd love to own either of these.
Yeah, I love it, because Donkey Kong is for kids, and it's also, as I've mentioned previously on the Kongversation, for sexually mature adults. So, Donkey Kong's for everyone, Dustin.
Yeah, everyone wins.
Of course, no mention of real-world depictions of the treehouse would be complete without mentioning what is coming in Japan and the US with Super Nintendo World. The Jungle Hut is being made, and it looks pretty faithful to the games from what we've seen from the diorama depiction of it. It's got the same roof. It's got the same full 360-degree deck. It's got the awful Kong letters that I hate. It looks to be on a cave even. So I'm sure there will be compromises made to bring it to life in reality, but so far this looks virtually identical. So I'm excited to actually get to visit it,
Yeah. I wonder, I would assume that it's there for people to walk around in and, like, just explore. It reminds me of Toontown at Disneyland, how they have, like, Mickey's house, Minnie's house, and you can just freely explore and look around. Now, granted, those have multiple rooms and DK's is just one room, but still, I want to go in there.
Well, so my theory was that it was going to be like like a kid's playground, area or something. But looking at some of the internal docs that have leaked from Universal Studios, they may be earmarking this area, the Jungle Hut, for stage shows.
Oh, interesting. I never would have even thought of that.
So they might have, like, Donkey Kong's, like, bongo jamboree band or something. I don't know. But, so we might not even actually get to go inside of it. We might just have to watch Kong's appear on stage, and then I'm going to have to sneak up there to get inside. But
you're going to have to steal one of the costumes, one of the Donkey Kong costumes.
No, I'll just bring my own.
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, even if it's just like a photo op thing, even if it's just something you just look at and admire, that is still pretty cool.
Yeah, like, just seeing it will be cool. Like, being in the Congo jungle in and of itself, I'll be happy.
Yeah, same.
So, those are the physical depictions of the treehouse. Now let's go back into the realm of media, but not video games so much. Well, this is sort of related to video games, but it's not actually a video game. It didn't actually appear in the video game. It appeared in the hype for the video game. The Super Smash Bros. Ultimate trailer Treehouse, as seen in the Rivals trailer, announcing that King K. Rool was going to be in the base game, and in the Best Friends trailer, announcing that Banjo and Kazooie were going to be DLC. In this treehouse, we never see the full exterior. We see the interior of it, and we see from the outside, the windows, the characters like poking out the windows and their eyes like bulging through and them like breaking out and them gasping at the silhouettes of the characters. Now, this has another old TV in it. It's different than the one seen in the Jungle Hut, but it's got like exaggerated bunny ears. And it's also got a portrait of Donkey Kong Sr. It's his original, like, 8-bit sprite from the original Donkey Kong arcade. And it's got a tire swing in it, similar to the DKC 3 GBA credits.
Yeah. I actually really enjoy this depiction of DK's treehouse. I don't know what, maybe it's just like the lighting, the light coming in through the windows, but it just feels really nice.
I like it because so many of my happiest recent memories in this fandom have occurred in this interior of the treehouse.
Right.
Now, if we were to actually try to match it up with an existing treehouse, based on the wood patterns on the interior, it could actually only be the Donkey Kong 64 Watchtower because of the way the interior wood panels run long ways rather than running up, and of course they're not bamboo. Now, of course, the windows don't really match, but, I don't know. Like, I don't think we have to worry about this too much. This is more like a theatrical notion of Donkey Kong's treehouse. I don't even think that the Smash trailers are supposed to necessarily be canon, right? It's not like K. Rool was ever sleeping in Donkey Kong's treehouse and then Banjo-Kazooie show up, but it's actually the Duck Hunt dog, but not just getting Banjo-Kazooie are really here. Like, I don't think that actually happened, so I don't think we really need to worry about what this treehouse is.
Right. I do like it, though. I guess that gives a new reason why it's called the Watchtower, because they watch TV in it.
Now, if it was the Watchtower, that would imply that, like, because the characters are appearing on ground level outside, but their shadow is still getting cast. Doesn't really work, but then that doesn't really work for any of the tree houses, does it? Which, again, this is why they made compromises, because it doesn't really work to have a treehouse on ground level. Maybe, no, it couldn't even be the Mushroom Kingdom timeshare, because it's clearly in the jungle, unless it's the Mushroom Kingdom jungle, but then, too many questions. Yeah.
Maybe it just fell out of the tree from DK64, and they're like, well, we can't put it back in the tree, I guess it's just here now, on the ground.
Maybe he was thrusting in it like in the Consumer Electronics Show.
He learned the hard way why you shouldn't do that.
Just tumbled on out. Yeah. You can't be that vigorous, Donkey Kong.
We get it. You really like to go all in on it, but boy, you gotta have your limits.
I'm pretty sure I was humping the air just as hard when K. Rool got announced.
Yeah, we all understand. We get it.
Now, let's talk about, yes, the cartoon. Of course...
Hyle, do you mean the cartoon we're talking... I think you're talking about?
Yes. Yes, I do mean Captain N, the Game Master.
Oh, yes.
Now, Captain N is an interesting case, because, of course, Captain N was on the air a few years before Donkey Kong Country. But Captain N utilized the character of Donkey Kong across several episodes. And while, Captain N was just making up its own bullshit, based vaguely on the arcade games, there's a lot of stuff that kind of, if not syncs up, if not matches with what Rare would do a few years later, comes awfully close. I think it was Congoland or something. Congoland. Maybe it was Congoland where Donkey Kong lived in Captain N. And Donkey Kong, wore clothes in Captain N. One episode, he actually wears a tie. It's a tie with bananas on it, and it's blue. But hey, it's the first time he wears a tie. And Captain N is also the first time Donkey Kong is depicted as living in a treehouse.
Ooh.
Now this tree...
It's a nice looking treehouse, too.
It's another rondavel. It's another, circular house. The first time, I guess, a Donkey Kong treehouse is depicted as such. But it's, up in the branches, and it's got, giant flowers coming out the side. And it actually... The giant flowers remind me of something from, Jungle Beat or Donkey Kong Country Returns. Which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's got, I don't even know what the roof is supposed to be. It looks like it's similar to the straw roof from the retro era Jungle Hut, but it looks like it's made out of tin, tin straw. I don't really know, but...
Well, it looks like it's the same color as the tree trunk, so it might just be a artistic choice for that to be the color of the wood.
The cheap-ass animation being utilized for these early 90s Saturday morning cartoons. Yeah. So that's interesting. And I guess if you really were the type who had to say, well, Captain N is canon, it is absolutely canon. Then you could say that this is the same treehouse that appeared in Yoshi's Island DS.
That's true.
If you squint really hard, I guess they kind of look similar, just a bit. You could make it work, because this is a treehouse that what we would later know as Cranky Kong lived in. So there you go.
I like that a lot. That is interesting. Just like the roof looks pretty similar.
Yeah.
Even the doorway is kind of similarly shaped.
Yeah, so there you go. Captain N is absolutely canon. No, I'm sorry. I couldn't even finish that without laughing. Well, yeah, let's talk about it. The Donkey Kong Country cartoon Treehouse.
Yay!
Yeah, everybody's happy but me. No, it's important to talk about this because I do think this would go on to influence the games themselves. I think this partially influenced what Retro did with the Jungle Hut.
Yeah, totally. I was surprised. I had forgotten that they were so similar.
Yeah, so this is another rondovel shape. It's a little bit more tall than the Retro one. Like, it's basically all straw roof. It's got very minimal wall structure on it, and it's not made of bamboo. It looks like it's made out of wood. But of course, the big feature of this is that it's in a baobab tree, a big fat baobab tree, and of course, like the setting of the treehouse in the cartoon doesn't really match up with the depiction of the Congo jungle in the games. This is more of a savanna type setting for it, with the jungle in the distance. And there's like a big pathway going up to the treehouse, but to get up to the treehouse, is there like notches in the cave? Is there a tree to climb? Is there a tire to jump off? Is there a minecart track ladder? No, there is an elevator. There is a barrel elevator that you have to punch the button. Is it, Dustin?
Yeah, there's a button to go up and a button to go down, and DK just slams the shit out of it anytime he does,
and it's like, look how strong he is. He doesn't know his own strength, that Donkey Kong.
That's exactly what Candy says.
Oh, really?
Yeah, DK, because Candy's over, or rather a robot clone of Candy Kong.
Oh, yeah.
That K. Rool has sent over.
Of course.
Once DK presses the button to bring her up, she says, "Gosh, Donkey Kong, you don't know your own strength."
You know, if the cartoon was actually faithful to the games, she wouldn't have been a robot clone. She would have been a hard light hologram. Do you even Donkey Kong?
That's the only reason Hyle's not a fan of the show. If that had been a hard light hologram Candy, he would be talking about it to this day.
Like the Donkey Kong Country Returns Jungle Hut, it also has a full 360-degree porch, which I really like. I like that feature of both, actually. And it's very minimally decorated. It's sparse, this treehouse. But the big feature, other than the barrel elevator, is that Donkey Kong has a mirror that has his own head above the mirror.
Boy, it sure does. Where did he get a mirror like that?
Yeah. Like, the most vainglorious thing you could have would be a mirror that has your own head, like, sculpted on top of it. Because, look, when you look into a mirror, you see yourself. So why do you need to see yourself on top of the mirror except, oh my, there I am. I just wish there was one more of me.
I gotta see myself twice.
Now, what's interesting is hanging on the mirror are 2 DK ties, which I think is very clear. It's very clear that Retro was inspired by this, and the 2 DK ties hanging in the Jungle Hut is a direct reference to the cartoon. And I don't like to say things are a direct reference to the cartoon unless I have to. And I have to here. That is clear. Like, they got that idea from the cartoon and they ran with it.
I think that's cool. I like that, even if the cartoon and the games are pretty different and separate, I like that inspiration can come from any part of the franchise.
Sure. Like, I like when Rare brought in the crystal coconuts, I like that they took the idea from the cartoon and they sort of made it work better within the established game lore. Like, you can't have this all-powerful MacGuffin in the games because that would completely break the world and take away from things like the banana horde or whatever, but to have them be little magical totems like mumbo tokens or what have you, it's like, yeah, that actually works pretty well. That's cool.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
Yeah, so the fact that Retro did take inspiration from the cartoon in some places, I actually don't mind, I have to say. Now Donkey Kong has this little like futon, or I don't even, it looks uncomfortable as shit. It's like a bench that's like,
it's way too, like, yeah, I guess it makes do just for like sitting for a little bit.
yeah, but he's got no bed in this place, so it'd have to like function as his couch, as his bed, and I'm like, no wonder, like, I don't know, no wonder that the Donkey Kong from the cartoon is always singing, like, completely out of nowhere. He just breaks out into song. He's so sleep deprived because he's not getting a full night's rest. He's delirious.
He just has this tiny wooden cot with a tiny blanket. He's way too big for this.
This Donkey Kong does not have the lovely vase full of daisies. He's got this ceramic jar by the door.
Just a big pot, yeah.
It's a big pot, yeah. And I'm like, well, that's interesting, Donkey Kong. But considering you have so little in this treehouse, I'm not sure what this pot really does. He also has a welcome mat, and I can't really make out what is on the welcome mat. What like insignia or emblem is on the welcome mat? It looks like it has some sort of design.
I'm looking at it, and I think it. The only thing I can really say it might be is just the DK on it, but it's kind of hard to tell. But I think if you squint, you can see it.
I think if you squint and flip it around, it is the DK. You're right.
Yeah.
Right. What I do love, oh my god, I love his rug. I love this Donkey Kong's rug. And honestly, I don't give compliments to the cartoon often. You know me, Dustin. I don't. But
of course.
I will say this is probably my favorite version of a Donkey Kong Treehouse rug across any media.
It's great. Boy, it's got quite a pattern on it.
This is sort of, I really don't, like, I don't want to speak to, like, what culture this might be, like, appropriating from, because I could see different influences in it, but, man, it is stylish. It's got, like, suns in it. I think it's got, like, fish. It's got all sorts of, like, nature-y things. It looks like indigenous art of the Americas, or even Aboriginal almost. I can't really, like I said, I don't want to ascribe a particular culture to it because it just reminds me of several different things, but it's lovely. I would happily have this rug in my own house.
Same. These are like all my favorite colors and just some wild designs. It's great.
And yes, he has the tire swing in this, and Diddy does hang out in a tire swing a la the Smash Ultimate trailers.
That's awesome. I really like the tire swing. I feel like I gotta give extra points to any treehouse that has the tire swing.
Yeah, and it's hard to say because, again, the tire swing appeared in Rare's early renders of Donkey Kong Country. It was outside of the treehouse, but still. So I can't really say, like, the tire swing originated from the cartoon. But it was the first media depiction of a tire swing inside the treehouse. And, of course, DKC3 GBA would run with it. And, of course, it was in the Smash Ultimate trailers. And I would have to say, it might be what the Smash Ultimate trailers are drawing inspiration from is the cartoon and the image of Diddy in the tire swing. I know the renders exist, but this might be where the trailer team got the idea from.
Yeah, I think so too. Another thing DK has in his house, it's not really in any of the screenshots you posted, but he has a refrigerator.
He does have our Banjo and Kazooie on it.
No, they are not on it, unfortunately, but it is the same color. It is a tealish refrigerator.
It's a shame that Banjo and Kazooie aren't on it. This is why I hate the cartoon.
Better luck next time.
We didn't mention, but it's got windows all the way around.
This is a lot of blinds.
Yeah, now he's got blinds, so, everybody's not seeing his business. He can shut the blinds, but he has the blinds all open, so, like, I'm sure people can...
He wants everyone to see.
He's an exhibitionist, Donkey Kong. He can't get off unless he knows people are watching.
Oh, and they're watching all right.
And speaking of getting off, this version of Donkey Kong does have a picture of Candy up on the wall. It's a lot more subtle. It's a small framed portrait hanging up between two of the windows, because he doesn't have much room to hang things, because it's all windows. But He's got a black and white picture of Candy inside of a heart, which is weird. Because again, he had to edit this, digitally manipulate this.
Yeah, they never really go into DK's photo editing skills in the games.
Right, where's his computer? Does he have a laptop somewhere? Is it underneath that awful futon?
I do really like this version of DK's Treehouse. I don't know where I would put it in a ranking compared with the ones from the games, but I think for the show it really works.
I like how well lit it is based on all the windows. I think the best elements of it were borrowed by Retro for the Jungle Hut. I think
Definitely.
that the porch and the rondoval shape, in general, the multiple ties, I like that they incorporated that into the Treehouse going forward. I think it married the best elements of both the cartoon and the original Rare Treehouse. So,
well, I mean, they could have brought the carpet in, but
Yeah, I know the carpet is nice, but I'll you know what, the cartoon deserves something nice of its own. I'll give it that.
Exactly.
I'll let it have the rug. So Dustin, I don't know if you've been checking the time. We are getting close to 4 hours.
I cannot believe that this is ludicrous.
This is probably my favorite fact about us, Dustin, is that we've spent nearly 4 hours. And it will be 4 hours by the time we're done talking about Donkey Kong's Treehouses. Am I ashamed of this? No, I'm proud of this. Are my parents ashamed of this? Probably. So,
yeah, I went into this earlier today thinking, this will be like an hour and a half. What could we possibly have to say about Donkey Kong's Treehouse? Here we are 4 hours later.
Here we are again. On our own. We're not on our own because we have calls. We've got calls because people had to talk about Donkey Kong's Treehouse. So why don't we go ahead and hear what the first person has to say.
Hey DK Vine, it's Steve from Rare Gamer, and I just called in to tell you about my favorite treehouse in Donkey Kong 64 lore, which of course is the Watchtower, as Hyle calls it. I think it's an argument for both how rose-tinted kind of nostalgia is clouding my form over function debate, because every other DK Treehouse, there's something to do when you go back there. It's almost like a gameplay reward. So it's the original Donkey Kong Country. They're like, hey, you've made it back here. Check it out. You get this kind of balloon here if you've gone up top, or if you go down below, you get this kind of narrative story. So there's effort and stuff put into the actual rewarding of the player. And then DK64, it's no, here's where he lives. So I don't know what you were expecting. Here it is. But it just somehow makes it into my favorite. And I think it's because it's like a 3D space. It's the first time we've actually seen, all four walls, and we can kind of picture what it's like to live in that space. So I like to think it's that, and it's not just, nostalgia completely clouding my vision going it's just because you played this as a kid and you really like that because of that experience, right? DKC as well, but I don't know. It's just that 3D aspect that I really like returning back. And it makes it just a little a bittersweet pill to swallow to be there's nothing to do here, but that's cozy, isn't it? And the fact that, the Banjo-Kazooie Fridge /Locker/TARDIS thing is always a joy to talk about and stuff. And if they only put that in the game, then my entire argument would be torpedoed. But unfortunately, it's not. So I have to say it is just nostalgia, but I like number 2 because of that reason. So, and speaking of number 2, I'm sure Hyle will now go off on his little tangent about how Donkey Kong poos. So, that's going to be really exciting. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve from off of Rare Gamer. And it was exciting talking about where Donkey Kong poos.
Yeah, you had your number.
Do you think if the Banjo and Kazooie freezer slash locker slash TARDIS was still in Donkey Kong 64, would it have been possible for Donkey Kong to poop in it and then send that poop back into Banjo Kazooie or send it forward in time to Banjo Tooie?
Yeah, Banjo would regret giving him that freezer.
You know,
He'd be like, it's another one.
they'd have to rename it Stop and Plop.
Oh! Maybe that's why they cut it out at the end of the day. They gave all these reasons they made up. Oh, newer N64 models might not work with it, but they just didn't want Donkey Kong to shit in this freezer.
Better to cut it out than pinch it off.
This sucks. Let's start this podcast over.
All right. Yeah, you know what? I could go another 4 hours.
Yeah, let's do it right this time. This was a nice practice round.
All right. This time around, we've got to mention the socks more.
If we can't go 5 minutes without mentioning them.
Well, you know what? Maybe our second caller will mention them so much that it will make up for our negligence.
Hello, this is the Chris Boris, also known as the Irate Gamer, and I have a question about Donkey Kong's Treehouse. I mean, why is there so many? What the hell? I don't get it. There's like one in DKC, a different one in DK64, a different one in DKC Returns, and then in all these Mario spin-off games, we just see the DK tree sometimes appear. It doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. Why? Is this magic? Is this Kremlin magic? Is this pig magic? It doesn't make any sense.
Wow, I can't believe the Irate Gamer called us.
Dustin, this was a G.
Yes,
this was a G-Man bit, right?
Oh, it always is.
Okay.
That's classic G-Man.
Do you have anything to add to G-Man's bit?
No.
Than's for the call, G-Man.
I think... Yeah, thanks, man. Always appreciate it.
I have to say, my energy levels have been surprisingly high for these last 4 hours, but it was during G-Man's call that I was like, I'm getting tired.
You felt it all get sucked out of you?
It's almost 1 a.m. here on the East Coast, and I'm so delirious I might start breaking out into song. I feel like I've been sleeping on a small bench-like futon.
But boy, is that carpet nice, Hyle.
I mean, yeah, I'll just roll over on that carpet and wake up hours later at this point. All right, Dustin, our final thoughts on Donkey Kong's Treehouses, because I have to be honest, I don't know how much more we could talk about. I think we have left no pile of weird beige brown plates unturned when discussing.
Yeah. We've milked this house nipple dry, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it clearly put that in the fridge and sent it to Banjo Kazooie. I'm proud of the work we've done here, because not only is this good, honest, hard work we've done, but we provided a service. We have provided an analysis of Donkey Kong's many homes and the many pretenders that claim to be Donkey Kong's homes. We have so thoroughly gone through each and every one that I feel like this will stand the test of time. Nobody else has to do this.
Yeah, that's true. And no thanks necessary. You guys don't have to send any money, but if you want to, you can.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
That's patreon.com/DKVine.
if you feel like we've earned it.
Yeah. Ray Day wants to know, Ray Day, thank you so much for sticking with us for the duration of this.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, you are a trooper. You are a Treehouse champion.
We're going to give you the Treehouse Medal Award.
Yeah, I will give you all of the pogs in the pog pitching game I'm just joking. I don't
Oh,
actually
wow.
have it.
And if you did, you would not give them away.
No, because those would be my treasures. But, Grade A wants to know, what's the record length for a Kongversation? 4.5 hours for the 2E one. That sounds about right. This isn't going to be the record, but I think, talking about Banjo 2E for 4.5 hours sounds about right. Talking about
that's awesome.
Talking about Donkey Kong's Treehouse for 4 hours, I think would shatter the mind of anyone not familiar with DK Vine or the Kongversation's ways.
Yeah, it's still very impressive. I'm glad it's at least up there.
And I know people hate me.
No.
No, Dustin, it's okay. I know people hate me because I do shit like this. Because
they're jealous.
Because this is so outside the orthodox.
Yeah.
What is our favorite treehouse, Dustin? Because you and I, we are now the experts when it comes to the treehouse.
The two of us know more about Donkey Kong's Treehouse than anyone else out there in the world.
Well, no. Us and anybody who listened to all 4 hours of this beautiful episode.
That's true.
So you at home, or in the car, or out on the walk listening to a podcast. By the way, congratulations for walking for 4 hours. You got your steps in today.
Good job, champ.
We're all the experts, and while you may not be able to share with us right now what your favorite treehouse is, I know you're thinking about it, and I think Dustin and I will need to share ours. And we're not here to push you over the line. We're not here to tell you what to think, but I think it's only appropriate that we come out with what our preferred take is on Donkey Kong's home. Dustin, I'll let you go first.
I wonder if our tastes are going to line up. I have a feeling they're not going to.
Probably not.
Because my favorite is actually the Watchtower.
You agree with Steve from off of Rare Gamer.
Yeah, me and Steve matched up. I just really like the Watchtower. I do like that there's really nothing to do there. It really is just where Donkey Kong resides at the beginning of this adventure. It helps that it is in a tree. It from the outside, it does look pretty close to the original one. Just now, it's actually a treehouse.
Sure.
And I like all the little furnishings inside. I like that he has references to the original games in there, the arcade games.
Yeah.
I like the dolphin portrait. It's just nice. There's just something about it that's nice. Oh, and one thing I really like about it is those banana peels on the ground, you can slip on those to your heart's content.
They are slippery little devils.
Yeah, I wonder if this is how DK has fun now that he doesn't have the bouncy tire in his house. Now he can just slip around. He'll go wee wee.
I was about to scold you because I thought you were going to say this is how he has fun now that he doesn't have the socks. And I was like, Dustin, there's no reason to drag this into the gutter.
No need to work blue.
Blue and white, which are the colors of the socks.
Hey. But yeah, I do really like the Watchtower. It just feels right to me. And I do think a big part of that is being an actual treehouse. But what about you, Hyle? I have a feeling I know which one you're gonna say.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dustin. I have to go with the original treehouse. The cave.
Yeah, I knew it.
The cave house from the original Donkey Kong Country. And like Steve, I think it's just nostalgia talking. This is the first rendition of Donkey Kong's Treehouse that I ever saw. And this is the one I spent the most time thinking about and imagining him living in. And yeah, I don't think you can really top that. Just like Donkey Kong Country 2 will always be my favorite game of all time. No matter how much time passes, you just can't touch that nostalgic, that sweet spot of childhood and the perfect game that just speaks to you in every conceivable way. That's the way I feel about Donkey Kong's original Treehouse. I like the Watchtower. I even like the Jungle Hut. As we've established, I surprisingly even sort of like the cartoon Treehouse just a bit. But, I mean, this is just my preferred take. I like all the Treehouses, and I like that they all have their own function in universe, but this one will always just feel like my childhood home away from home. And for that reason, I have to go with that.
I get that. I totally understand. And I totally agree. I like all of these takes on the Treehouse. There's not any of these that I really dislike. I think my favorite things about each one... well, I already said my favorite things about the Watchtower, but the original, you know, it is the original.
Yeah.
I feel that nostalgia for it as well. I do like that the decorations in each one are kind of unexpected for Donkey Kong. Like, I feel like both the Watchtower and the Jungle Hut, the furnishings are kind of what you would expect from Donkey Kong, but like in the original you have that weird bed, you have the socks, you have the table with the tablecloth and the pot with daisies on it. It really kind of paints a different picture of who Donkey Kong is, and I like that about it.
Yeah, I think it really helped set the stage. I was going to say set the table, but that would just have daisies on it. I think that it really did help, like, establish that pretty much anything was possible with the Kongs as characters, as a civilization. Like, other, like, later games where they would pull out guns or, you know, or drive hovercrafts. And like, none of that seemed implausible because Donkey Kong had cute little curtains and a fucking sailboat portrait that makes no sense. And I think that made me a more accepting person. I wouldn't be who I was today without Donkey Kong's Treehouse.
That's true. Those cute little curtains walked so hovercrafts could run.
This has been a File 2 production.
Qué rico.